And welcome back to another episode of Baviaga's Dancing Hut, The Witch Hunters, episode 69.
Nice.
Hickety kickety. Well, last session, a lot of spicy stuff happened. You began with heading to, uh, well, I think you just came out of the prison. You headed to the forge, and I forget why, but you went to see Vaughn, and there he said that he was clearly done and ready to ship out. He said that his contract had been, or his quota had been fulfilled, and he's done his work. He's ready to leave, go back to the city of Brass, where he'll probably await Ember, the Forge Master, leaving behind him a massive stack of weapons, enough to outfit perhaps an army. Why Baviaga's got that, you're not sure, but you haven't asked yet. And where she will get an army from, another question. But hey. Meanwhile, you also came to investigate the sounds of strange squealing and screaming coming from the stables. And as you went inside, you saw the three Nagpa. The stench of bird droppings and musty robes could be smelt over the scent of blood. They were washing their instruments of torture by the looks. And instead of wings and feathers on the floor, there were tufts of brown fur and splinters of ivory. And as you began to investigate around near the stables, you found a tusk and one of the stables empty. And this is when I believe you started to question clearly the lead Nagpar about what was really going on here. And meanwhile, Dyer, you kind of slinked off to the back where you found a Pegasus. Their wings had been clipped, they were chained and manacled, and you began a back and forth argument with one of these Nagpar, stating that they were simply following orders. And you asked how Baba Yaga could allow such cruelty to happen here, and they said, well, actually, it was Night that ordered them, and you had had enough at this point. You brought out your staff; they brought out their wands, ready to do battle, and so at this point, pretty much the fighting began. You managed to finish off these Nagpa pretty quickly. One of them did escape um, from the north and is actually in the warded caverns right now. The other one went over to the portal, summoned forth Night from the Gloom Glen, and he rode in on a flaming horse, sword drawn, ready to do battle. You rode the Pegasus south down the actual stables, Tanner, but instead of fighting just you on one, he unleashed a tremendous spell known as a destructive wave, which racked your bodies with necrotic damage. Most people survived, but were incredibly badly injured. And
Did you plus
at this
3 to
point,
saving throws?
yeah, it was
Okay,
even
just
despite
checking.
that, it was not enough. This paladin, so to speak, was clearly even more powerful than perhaps Dawn himself. Following that, you guys tried to retreat. You fled and teleported right to the back of the stables, ready to go through the doorway when Knight rode on top of his nightmare towards you, had a flaming orb in his hands, which he compressed, crushing it till the pressure built up and built up. His hand kind of shuddered, and then he flung it, releasing this shadowy fire that erupted around you, knocking everybody unconscious, except Dyer, who had managed to pursue the Nagpa through the portal, take them down, and free this Pegasus from their binds. They clearly showed a sign of remorse and sadness as tears ran down the Pegasus's cheeks when you mentioned going back to their family. So at this point, you realize that the nightmare that Night has actually rode in on was perhaps their mate. And as you returned back through the portal, you witnessed all of your allies laying there unconscious, one by one, miraculously getting back to their feet. Eridanus transforming into a direwolf, dragging away Grizz in his paralyzed state. Ember was just about recovered from his phantasmal images that he was seeing, except it was a bit more than that. I think it was Phantasmal Killer, but regardless, you were the one who actually killed the Nagba who was concentrating on the spell. All of your allies escaped through the north entrance, which led into a smoky filled labyrinth, and you quickly ran around the stable front just as the darkness receded at the bottom of the stables. A gigantic, squealing boar charged out. He looked very similar to your old friend Gromp, except he had this kind of flaming aura about him. All of his skin and fur was gone, replaced with kind of like this crack magma like organs, and the tusks, they were much more hellish and spiky. And as it charged, intercepted Knight, knocked him off of his nightmare, and he turned his sword to Gromp. And as you fled, the only things you could hear was the sounds of squealing die out. Knight then rode across the forge, spotting you just as you escaped on the eastern entrance. And as he flew over the balcony of the forges, you quickly ducked around a corner, pulled out your rope trick, and hopped inside the portal. He charged right past you into the wine cellar, where you heard the smashing of wine glasses and barrels. Meanwhile, the rest of your allies are currently held up within the warded caverns, this underground corridor of rough rock. You can still see the few doors around here, even as the fog tries to obscure your vision. You swear you saw a Nagba come through here, but you've yet to encounter them. All is silent, and your mind is clouded. What do you guys do? Yep, you're all on 1 HP.
We gotta get out of here. We're over our heads.
But yeah, true.
Aragon is just as this giant wolf is just like,
Don't move. Listen, is he gone? What? I look around. Do I see Night?
Nope, you
Or
see.
do I hear Night? Do I hear anything?
All is very silent within this place. And your vision is obscured by fog in every direction.
Daya, where's Daya? Yeah. I'll cast message and I'll just a couple times and try to point out and quietly whisper and just point in a few random directions and see if Daya responds. Daya, are you there? Daya, do you hear me?
Would I hear that if I'm in an extra dimensional space?
No, you wouldn't.
Okay.
But not only that, Ember, but you feel your message spell scramble as if it goes through one way, comes up from behind you, then past you, then to your flank, and then seems like your message spell gets ricocheted around in here.
Something. I don't like it in here. I don't want to see one of those mouths again. They're horrible creatures, Tanner. I'm in no shape. Look at you. You can barely walk. How did we even? How did we? How are we alive? I was near the end. But
No, it's dark, but it's mostly filled with fog. Ember does give off some light, but it's just the ever-present fog in every direction.
Okay, I'm going to. 1 second. I'm gonna drink a potion of clairvoyance, if I could. And
Yeah. Not a bad shout.
And I'm going to have the... So clairvoyance... Why did I get this configure mage armor shit keep popping? I think I did something in my setting. Oh, I gotta fix that. Get the break. You create an invisible sensor within a range in a location familiar to you, or in an obvious location that is unfamiliar to you, such as behind a door, around a corner, a grove of trees. Sensor remains in place for the duration, which is 10 minutes. Cannot be attacked or otherwise interacted with. So I will have the sensor appear where Knight and the Pegasus and Grump were. So I'll have it like over here somewhere. So I want to see if
The
I
range
can.
is within a mile.
So
Okay.
I don't know how that would work in the hut. I don't know if a mile is.
Well, I wouldn't give it to you if it didn't work in the hut, so do not fear. But as you try to sense the direction, again, it does feel like your head spins for a moment as it tries to find a space out of here. Eventually, you feel like the sensor is shunted out of these caverns, and you float around in an endless void for a moment, and then suddenly you pinpoint by picturing the exact appearance of the stables, and you feel like you get shunted back in, and you're able to see directly the center of the stables where Knight once stood.
What's there? Just nothing? Like the carnage of the battle?
There is the corpse of a flaming steel boar. Grump lies slain on the ground after having suffered several sword wounds. Dire
Chris
is
called.
nowhere to be seen.
Okay.
The portal behind you is closed. And give me a perception check for
Sure.
what you can hear.
Right.
I think you can switch between hearing and sight, can't you?
Clairvoyance. Spell here. When you cast a spell, you can choose seeing or hearing. I would have chosen seeing, so
Yeah.
I
Okay.
probably wouldn't hear anything.
But
Or you can switch as your action.
Yeah.
You can switch seeing.
Okay then.
So I
That's
would
what I
try
thought.
to hear things if I could, but it didn't go too well.
As you switch to hearing, then, sadly, don't hear anything. Maybe that's a good thing. But looking around, there's no one left alive in the stables. No sign of Dire here either.
Go, Tanner. Grizz. Grizz. I'll walk over and kind of awkwardly place my hand on Grizz's shoulder and I'm sorry, Grizz. He fought bravely. He was a strong beast.
Knight is gonna pay for this.
Yes, Grizz. Yes, he is. But we need to rest. We need to, save ourselves for the next day.
It's so smoky there. I can't even see you. He grabs a hold of you and goes, "Ah, there you are. Look,
I'm sorry, Grizz.
I do have this as well." And he pulls out the bottle of ever smoking. Says, "Almost as smoky as this thing."
I don't know what that is, Grizz.
It allows us to like hide, or cover our tracks.
So I
Or
just
it
want
might
to say
be-
one of the best items in the game ever, possibly.
It's basically a smoke bomb, right?
It is, yeah.
Not a bad idea, Grizz. Let's see if we can. Hey, Wolfman, there. Can you smell your way out of here? Maybe.
he shakes his head.
Okay, that answers my question straight away. I was about to say, I think I missed that part. Who's the
Yeah, Eridanis is currently a giant wolf. However, in terms of, he simply points at with like a paw at one of the doors.
I'm following you, Harry. I gotta say, you look a lot better as a wolf than as a water ganassi. It's a lot more easy on the eyes.
Ember, I don't think there's time for these jokes.
Sorry.
We need to find
yeah,
Dyer.
Of course. My apologies, Tanner.
Eridanus doesn't move. He again just points at the door.
Sorry,
I'll open that for you. Yeah.
just for clarification on my side. Sorry, at the end of the fight, everything effectively went black, and that was when we lost Dyer.
It seemed like some kind of miracle happened. We should have died, but we didn't.
Yeah, the last thing we saw of Dyer, she was down near where Night is, and I believe we saw her head towards the portal outside.
Yeah, so the party got separated essentially.
Okay.
And
Portal is closed. I just saw. Maybe she's stuck outside.
Which is again, Eridanus again points at the door.
What door? I don't know. What is it? What the fucking door? I don't know.
Lead the
Tanner,
way.
What's he trying to say? Go.
And I'm going to walk over, grab Ember.
He sighs and is just like he will shift back to normal.
Man!
And go. If we're looking to go outside, don't you have a key for that, or does Dyer have it?
Daya has the cloud key. Yeah, we can't do that. The only thing we have is one more of these. And I'll kind of show my ring.
And I'm just gonna. I think I can. I'll bring out regular Adonis because he shifted back, and I can't delete it. There you go. Right. In which case,
We have to find
bear in
her.
mind, using the cloud key, you need to have a door with a keyhole.
well, there's probably some of those nearby, but
Well, this leads back up into. We're so disoriented in here. I don't know. So I don't know.
The watered caverns are quite literally for that purpose.
Yeah.
They are to confound and bamboozle intruders. That's why they're so close to the entrance.
Boy, it's bamboozling the Nagpa as well, although we don't know he's in. Okay, lead the way. Stay close. Hold hands. Buddy system. Tanner, please stay close.
Yep.
Eridanus thinks for a few moments. and
Back to
just
wolf
like-
form, buddy. You can smell her your way out. We can't see or hear, but we can smell.
He taps his. He goes, "No, I don't have any sense of smell even when I'm transformed."
What the?
He pulls out the orb with the flower, and ever since I've got this, I've not been able to smell at all.
That's really
That's
disappointing,
bad, isn't
Ari.
it?
Yes, it has some useful features, but none that I've been able to really use yet. But either way, oh, hello, Nagpa.
Yep, it's at that point when you see there is a figure within the fog, a dark shape, but it is hunched, and you can see the bird-like protrusion of its beak is very, very clearly a Nagpa in the fog. It spots you at the same moment, and as you've been going around in circles here, it's obviously inevitable before you run into him.
Yep.
He lets out a squawk and is caught off guard by you, but I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative.
I was going to ask if we could roll initiative.
Well,
I'm going to end this thing.
Right,
I'm
let me just out initiative him. Also, why is there a constrictor snake on the initiative order?
Because there is something right in front of you.
don't ask questions.
Damn it, Ikoski, go away!
Oh, good
Suddenly
lord.
you see, out of the ground, which is soft and doughy in this place, even though it's an underground cavern, every footfall felt like kind of doughy, transformed from that gibbering mouth that you fought in here. Following that, the sound of hissing accompanies the squawk, and you look forward, trying to pierce your eyes through the darkness. Suddenly, out of the ground, something coils and sprouts, and it's kind of foggy in of itself, but it materializes into a physical form. It looks as though a two-headed snake suddenly appears, one facing the Nagpa, the other facing you, Eridana.
Damn it! It is a Koski. No, I didn't want to have to
And-
fight them.
It's going to do a little of this. Where is it?
I don't see anything.
No,
Yeah,
you're around
you
the
need to
corner,
go
sir.
Yep. Herodonis is just like, hello, Nagpa.
Okay.
I don't even see the Nagpa.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
need
let's
to come
sit
in.
around
You
the
need
corner.
to come into the room where Herodonis is. He went through the door, went round a corner, and saw them.
I said to hold hands, Harry. Where'd you go?
Oh, there! Oh my god, I've
Don't make
been
me attack them.
I've been looking up here this whole time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Has
Eridanus, you see the snake has not yet attacked, but it is rearing back. It's ready to strike at a moment.
Herodonis is gonna be like, hi, Snake. Excuse me a moment. I have a Nagpa to deal with. Then we can talk. And he's just gonna. I can see the Nagpa. Are there any disadvantages
Yeah.
or anything in here?
It's obscured, so you can see them, but you do have disadvantage on range attacks.
That's particularly annoying, but
They're not
Let's
really that
try.
hard to hit, though, to be
let's
honest.
just try it.
Unless they get a shield up in time. Yeah, like so. They're definitely gonna definitely gonna pop up a shield. That will stop the guiding bolt from striking at them.
Do I have anything I can do as a bonus action? So no. I don't
One
know.
head
No.
that is looking and focused on you looks over it and watches the guiding bolt arc over the top of it and impact into the Nagpa. And then it quickly turns back to you, Eridanus. Let's have a vicious kiss.
What the hell do I do? Eridanus is just gonna hopefully is out of its threat range and is just gonna take a few steps back and just be like, just gonna go back in here and be like, right. So, good news and bad news. Good news, I found the Nagpa. Bad news is there's a giant two-headed snake between us and it.
Hey. Enough of this shit! Ah! It'd be my turn at this point, right?
Yep.
I'll step. Where, Harry? I look around. Do I see a snake or Nagpa?
You see, the snake is on the ground, and just behind it, up the stairs, there is a hunched figure in the smoke.
These
And
creatures
he's
say
really-
that.
he's got this kind of magical barrier around him that's just glowing with light as the guiding bolts just dispersed on it.
I will. I hope you. I hope you're here to help me in a moment of need. A friend. We'll do great business together. As I pull out my bottle of fire elemental command and command it to cast a fireball right about there.
Oh boy.
That
Okay.
is not a
Using
bad
two-
idea.
Using 2 charges of the 5 charges, I will cast fireball
Okay.
in that spot.
It does
which,
not make the save.
Clicking on, but it's not doing anything. Should I just cast off my own spell with not spell slot to do it? Yeah, I'll do it that way.
Just do not consume a spell slot.
Should I place a template? Place
You
my-
can do.
Sure. It's right about there. Boom.
Mm,
Uh,
okay. The explosion goes off around the corner. Everyone feels the heat flood through this chamber, and the Nagpa just lets out a deathly squawk as it burns alive. He was not on much health, just so you know. He was the one.
about-
He was fleeing for a reason.
Oof.
how about this ugly snake creature?
The snake turns to you as the flames wash over it, through it, and it just hisses menacingly again.
This
It is completely unflinching as the flames just pass straight through it.
And dissipates, right?
No.
And dissipates.
Can I make
Get it,
some
Ember?
kind of is this an illusion? What is this trickery? I think it's a trick, Harry. I don't think there's a snake. I don't know though. Grizz, talk to it.
I can't
I'll go.
talk to her right now. It takes 10 minutes.
Back up.
Grizz just looks around the corner. Hiss. Who? I don't know, but why? What the hell?
Grizz, just hit it!
It's hitting itself.
What?
You have a look. He comes back. And then
Okay.
you're up.
Yeah, I'll walk out.
You see one of the heads has bit onto the other and is currently consuming it.
Oh, no, you don't. I'ma just come round and bring the glaive down.
Okay.
I'm just gonna
Your
try
glaive-
and
Oh.
sever 2 snakes in one. Bling.
Okay. Okay. Your glaive, similar to the fireball, passes straight through the snake and impacts onto the ground. And just before you can rear up for another strike, you see the snake completely swallow itself whole and disappear.
It dissipated. I knew it.
Illusion, trick.
I don't think the Nagpa was causing that.
No,
Hey,
otherwise
what?
it might have been
Tanner,
constraining.
it did tricks in my mind before. Tricky creatures. I don't like them at all. Make me scared.
Well, the coast is clear for now. We should be able to
You then
move.
come back.
Group up.
Is it
Hold
like a
hands.
ghost or something?
I think so, Grizz. Something like that, or an illusion.
Oh, it's this place.
Eridanis, come! Don't get lost.
Yep, I'm coming. Stupid.
Stay
vibes
close,
from this
Tanner.
thing.
Okay. Thankfully, once again, you have already solved the crazy puzzle in this place.
Uh,
Else, this might be
there.
very tricky to maneuver through.
Some
Gaia,
path.
as you're peeking out through the window of the rope trick,
Mm-hmm.
the far end of the cellar, you can see Ember, Tanner, Eridanos, and Grizz all clambering out, very badly injured. All of them are scorched and rotted by that spell that Night unleashed, and they're walking straight towards you guys. I guess at this point,
Okay, so I
they
will.
come to you.
Yep. I'm gonna stick an arm out and wave at them,
Okay.
and then I want to beckon them up.
Yeah, Eridanis isn't even gonna hesitate.
What
just
is
go
that?
and run over and climb up the rope.
Yeah,
Give me a trick.
I help to
Let's
pull
go.
Eridanis up.
It is. It's a rope trick.
Mm-hmm.
What? Grizz! Tanner, is this... Di, are you there?
And I'm pretty sure you've seen her do this. I'm pretty sure we used this in the Fadar.
We use this in the Fade. I don't know if Ember was there for that, actually.
Don't you
I did not
recognize
see it.
those hand reps?
Yeah. It's just that there's a lot of loot. Whatever. I'll jump in.
Whatever.
See if it works.
It looks safe. I'm going for.
Yes, I'll pull them up and say, okay, we have. This is a safe base for the next hour. We need to figure out what's going on because that was very bad. I'm sorry if I brought that on us.
Hey, Di,
Night is our enemy now. That's not good.
What's done is done. All we need to just think about is what we're going to do now.
Yes,
Queen,
yes, exactly.
Queen needs to be
Okay.
brave, Dia. That was great.
Oh
Well-
boy.
I guess. There's brave and there's stupid, and that may have been an excellent combination of the two. An example why you should never be impulsive. Ember, write this down. However, we're here now.
You still have the key, yes?
I still have the
Can
key.
Do we see this approaching figure?
You hear the rearing of the horse, some clattering of hooves, and then Knight storms back into the cellar and is looking around side to side as if he just heard voices come in here.
Right, put my finger to my lips.
Uh.
Just everybody shut the hell up.
Guys, we could maybe
Shh, quiet.
I'll show my ring. Poof.
Okay.
I shake my head. No, not yet.
You dismount. He goes closer. Walks about. He's only 5 feet away from the invisible entrance that leads up into your pocket dimension.
No, I'm too scared.
I cover his face. I cover
He
his
looks
face.
up, literally looks up at you guys, and you realize where Dyer has put it is very, very close to the stairs, and he pulls away from the stairs. And
As
quickly as he turns, he immediately pushes all of his strength into this wall and slams it open.
I at this point reach my ring, look at my companions, and wish to be taken away to the city of Weep. With my companions, I will phrase it.
Does that have to be worded, as in vocally?
Well,
so I'm going to.
It does, yes. You do need to speak the wish.
So
sure.
I will speak it. I will.
I'll say at this point though, just so you know, Ember, you do see Knight has clearly looked directly at you guys, and then looked away. He literally turned away at that moment.
Yeah, but I wanted to do it like as he was looking at us. Like I made a little wisdom check to see like how Ember would just panic and literally failed it miserably. So I would say that I would do this while he was literally looking up at us.
I thought you said he was too frightened to do it.
As you go to say,
No, the other way around. Like he's not wise enough not to do it. Like it was like an action of acting out of fear. Like he's scared shitless.
Yeah.
He's scared shitless.
Okay.
Because you have to obviously get out the full wish. As he starts to say, "I wish," and perhaps looks at the ring, I just want Eridanos to punch him.
Okay. All right. Okay. In that case, go ahead. I'll allow you to roll a punch. You do have to hit Ember though.
Yep.
And you will do 1 point of damage.
It was always going to come down to fisticuffs with you two.
Yeah.
With a 12 hit.
14 with the mage armor, man.
Oh no!
All right, Grizz.
Yeah, we're all basically just like, shut up.
Grizz wants to punch me? Go ahead.
And if I may try to grapple and cover his mouth.
Chris,
no.
Punches me out cold.
Chris sees what you're trying to do there, Adonis, and you punch Ember so hard that literally you hear him like clunk, thud to the ground.
I do have 5 health, not 1, because Tanner dumped 5 points of. When he brought me up, he dumped 5 points. I don't know if that's enough.
Well, he has 5. Sorry, he has 4 strength, and it's a minimum of 1. So it's 5 damage.
Exactly 5 damage. Yeah. Good night.
Yeah.
Out cold. The wish has stopped.
Doesn't seem to react to the sound either. He doesn't seem to react. Like from what I've read on Rope Trick, doesn't seem like, because it's a pocket dimension, the entrance is invisible.
Yeah, that wasn't clear to me. I think we can see out, but they can't see in.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
He does turn around after he reveals this room to be empty and looks back in the direction, steps closer again, and he's directly underneath. And this time he opens up this door right here, which leads into the armory museum. And he grabs his nightmare, rears it around, and squeezes through that door and into the armory.
What was the nightmare doing? Is it just waiting patiently?
Yep.
Was it
seems to
looking
follow
restless?
every.
Okay.
It seems to
Yeah.
follow every order to the letter. If, in fact, it's almost as if his will is extended, because he did this without even like commanding the
Mm-hmm.
nightmare.
Yeah.
And you do notice he is wearing a set of stirrups that he hasn't normally worn before. But regardless, yep. Ember used to go unconscious at the moment you say "I wish." The ring does flare up with light for a brief moment before it dims back down again, and night has passed straight underneath the rope trick.
Holy fuck, guys!
He does not have. He does not have the sensory abilities to see the invisible entrance. To the armoring, there isn't a lock, but I will say there is a keyhole.
Maybe this one.
It's never been.
Yeah. I think I agree.
Chris says, "Isn't the door right over there as well? Like just up that trap door there." The cellar is, by the way, at
Yeah.
the bottom of the
Yeah.
first room. So you'd be jumping one room if for what it matters. It doesn't matter. But I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah. But I
We
think
we
if
would like
were
to get
at-
out without being seen.
Yeah. If we're at full power, we might be able to take night between us, but with how we went into that fight, there was no chance.
No.
How long does this last?
We've got an hour, so we have time to think about things if we need to. But I think Tanner's right, and the best thing we can do is get out of the hut, get out of their domain for a while.
All right.
Regroup, maybe.
But there is one problem with that.
Mm.
Tanner's meant to be meeting with the fake Lady Mora today.
Yes. Hmm.
Did we not? Where did you say you were going to meet her? Maybe you could invite her out to town. No, take her out to somewhere a bit more.
Information, any information we can get whatsoever that might.
Trying to
We
figure out
need-
what's going on. The ritual.
Yes, we need to see if we can find out what's going on with the ritual. And currently, she is potentially our only.
And we
point.
were going to kill her too to protect Elena.
But right now, we're not in a state to do that. What? That.
A good minute passes and night does not return.
We left a mess in there. I wonder.
You want to go in and grab something from the forge before we leave? From the
Well,
stables? I think there's anything useful there we could.
what I'm wondering is, with the mess that we left, Snoke always seems to turn up whenever there's a mess.
Mm.
So if he turns up, we could send a message get a message sent to the fake Lady Mora to maybe say to meet us outside for a picnic, or meet you outside for a picnic, sort of thing.
Or do we want to face the fake Lady Mora with no health?
We not necessarily face. Not necessarily. Is that a
What is
snow?
that? Oh, a different snurg.
Look for a second. Friends, what are you doing in here? Where are we? What is this place? Okay. But I've got to clean up in aisle 24.
Right. And perhaps, actually, what if we phrase it so it's going to take a bit longer than needed to make the necessary preparations? So ask her to meet you outside in the Gloom Glen tomorrow rather than today. That gives us time to rest. Well, the Gloom Glen's quite a wide, but then again, that's where Knight was. He probably patrols there.
You would know it really well.
But leaving any further, I don't know where we would go because everywhere's going to be further away. There's nowhere safe nearby.
Um, is, is Amber?
From something?
Cromwell,
Brumwell? Brumwell.
aka Burnwell.
That's not a bad shout.
Is Amber alive?
He's just done.
Tired.
He's just having a nap.
Okay. You look very badly injured.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
But he doesn't know about the other one. Snurg doesn't go. From what we understand, Lady Mora went down into the trash chute in order to hide. Snurg, from what we know, doesn't go into the trash chute. We've never seen him go down there. I imagine he just dumped stuff down there, if anything. So,
Yep.
and he doesn't know there's two Lady Moras. So we could suggest them to find Lady Mora.
Mm-hmm.
James, you are very clever, my man. You are very clever.
So,
We need you to
just-
find Lady Mora and send her this message.
Okay.
But this needs to stay between us and her, okay?
Understood.
Got it?
Yes.
Like a fly on the wall.
Well, more of a spider, but yes.
Good lad.
Okay. What's the message again? Meet in Bromwell.
Meet in the ashes of Bromwell. 24
Okay.
hours.
Yes, quick question. Do you know why Knight was going on a rampage through the wine cellar? He just smashed a load of bottles.
It
Nope,
must
no,
be
no.
that time of the month.
Who knows with that guy? I mean, do you understand him? Does anybody?
He did get attacked by a giant fiery pig. That would piss anyone off.
Maybe he realised that he had a silent K at the beginning of his name.
Ah,
If you see him, tell him he just made a massive mess. You can't go riding horses in wine cellars.
We will.
Okay.
Thank you,
He gives
Snack.
Ember a little web plaster, and he repels himself down, not using the rope, but like his own little web. Kind of like repels down, looks left, looks right, and goes back on himself, and then tries to think where Lady Mora would be, and then immediately goes south, goes up the stairs, and then opens the trapdoor back
Okay.
into the first room.
Let's go.
now, right, yeah. If we use the cloud key, that gets us straight outside without bypassing any of the intervening rooms. I realize it's only this room and the next room, but we don't know where Knight will appear. So if we can get outside, then it's probably our best bet.
Right, we're all agreed?
All agreed.
Eridanis is going to pick up and just sort of lift Ember up and move his mouth. Agreed.
Good enough for me?
Okay. Alright. You pop down out of the rope trick when you feel it's safe enough. The invisible window disappears. And you you insert the key into the keyhole. The tumblers of fate turn, and you feel as though natural light, is coming from the other side.
Home sweet home.
Okay.
Piece
One slight issue.
the flame skulls.
As soon as you pop yourselves out, Ember, you look a bit older or younger. So does Tanner. It's the old token.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, grab the new ones. Oh yeah.
Aerodynamics isn't even there.
There we go. Happy. Cool. As you exit out of the front of the hut, you see that let's see. We have to roll for this to see what mood the hut is in right now.
Oh no.
Ah. It's awake, but it isn't like running around maniacally or crazily. It is simply just standing, kind of wandering around. It's basically, what's it called?
Aimlessly sort of wandering, pecking
Yeah.
at the ground with its.
It's aimless. Yeah, that's it. If it had a pecking, aimless at the moment. It doesn't know that the front door's been opened yet, either. But you're looking directly out towards a large skull fence. The hut is back in its little protective fence, the bone gate. That's what it's called, the bone gate. There is natural light. It is definitely day at the moment. You can see the sun beaming down on the grassy plain.
Should we just make a
You're
dash
not-
for the gate?
Oh,
Yeah, I'll give I want to give the hut's Bonini a little affectionate pat, kind of the way you would with a pet that you're passing by in a room, and make my way over to the Skeledore. Yeah.
Okay. You give it a pat.
I forgot about
and
Skeledore.
hop down. The hut definitely does suddenly notice you there, and seems to be startled, but seeing as you've come from the inside, it doesn't immediately just attack. It does seem curious, and it follows you as you all hop down. It's actually following you right up to the Skelly Door.
I'm gonna treat it like a large cow or horse. Like, hey there, buddy. Doing well. How are you? We're just passing through, okay? Go grab some grass. It's a nice day out. Just no
Roll
worries.
an animal handling check for me, Ty.
That's not a skill that I have.
I will quickly cast guidance.
Oh, never mind. That's a skill you learned.
What?
And there's the guidance as well.
Well,
28.
you just had an encounter with a Pegasus, and you were very, very good with it, able to calm it down and convince it that fleeing is its best option. And so perhaps your just affinity for animals has grown slightly.
Well, it's worth noting it's not fake at this point. Like, the hut is evil, but the chicken version of the hut I have no problems with. The animal side of it has never really done anything evil as far as I'm concerned. It's a big dumb brute that does what it does. So
Right. Well, it seems as though your will is almost passed on to the creature, as it immediately does exactly as you ask. Goes over, starts pecking at some nearby grass. Doesn't eat it, of course, but it seems to experiment with it.
mm-hmm.
As you get to the Skelly Door, all of the flame skulls do shift, turn to you, and their eyes are aglow. And the Skelly Door is yawning. Oh.
Meow.
Hello, Skeledore. How are you?
It's a bit early for visit.
I'm
Wait.
so sorry. It couldn't be helped. You know how things are.
You're leaving?
Mm. Temporarily. We have some errands to do outside of the hut. We'll be back.
Errands? Oh. Orders from the Bone Mother.
Yes.
Suffice it to say that the
Dee-dee-doo.
mission she's given us requires that we leave.
I see.
People to talk to, yes.
Oh.
And I will tap the side of my nose as if it's a big secret. Just
And
don't tell anyone where we've gone, huh? There are strange
Don't
things
tell
afoot.
anyone. Roll a deception check for me there, Di.
Yeah, okay.
Guidance
Not
again.
Not that he has-
Oh no, that's not good. That's
Me?
8.
Okay. Not that he has no reason to disbelieve you.
Oh, this is roll for gossip, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And it seems that that role definitely exemplifies that. Oh, very well. I will keep it under wrap. But what time do I expect you back?
Oh gosh. Gang, what do we think? Is this gonna
Hopefully
take
a few days.
a couple of days? We've
Maybe
got at least.
earlier if we're quick enough.
It's hard to say, really. Is it? Do you need to know specifically? I mean, do you only have certain opening times?
No,
Have you
but
got
I
a
like to keep
concierge
things-
we can call to let you know beforehand?
I am the concierge, but it's fine. I simply like to keep things in order. I like to know who to expect.
Fair enough. Makes sense.
We'll give you a scry when we get an idea.
I see. Well then, enjoy your journey. And I've not seen your face before. And
Oh.
Hello, yes. I joined this little group. They recruited me whilst we were in the Fey, whilst they were traveling in the other parts of the Feywild, and I've just been following along, rolling with the river. That is life.
His name is Eridanus. Eridanus, this is the Skeledore.
Ah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
No.
is ni-
He
it
guards
is-
the hut.
It is nice to meet you, Skeledore. And might I say, you have a very well-structured skull.
Oh,
Very good
these are
bone
not my
structure.
skulls. You've noticed that the Skelly Door itself is just a load of bones lined up in a row like teeth, and as they kind of open and close, it's just like this talking mouth. But it gestures towards the other skulls and says, "Oh, those are not my skulls. Those belong to previous wizards."
Yeah. Well, hopefully they
One
provide
for-
you a good conversation.
No, they're rather bitter about their circumstances, but
Yeah.
it is at least a cautionary tale to those who would betray the Bone Mother.
Yes. Don't want to do that.
No, no.
Nothing we'd wish upon anybody.
There are those who've entered and never left. They've found their heads stuck on a spike. And then there are those who have never entered and are leaving now.
And with that, we should be going. We really don't want to keep the Bone Mother waiting.
Wait, those that have never entered but are leaving now. Are you on about me?
Yes, of course.
I'm hoping my head doesn't appear on a spike. I'm rather attached to it.
Be on your way.
In a
The
bit,
Skelly Door
dickhead.
lets out one last yawn, and as it does, it opens up so wide that you're actually able to pass through the mouth. And the archway above you is like an arched fence. Grizz
Big
ducks
row of
underneath
teeth.
you. Oh, you did a bit of a brush in here. You got some twigs in there. And he just pulls out one as he goes. There you go. Ah, thank you, Grizz. All right. Before you is the violets and indigos of the Gloom Glen. It is still shaded and well, gloomy, even in the day. Quite a lot of canopy cover. But you are outside of the hut. It's a good job you left quickly, else maybe night may have got word out.
Mm-hmm. So
Does Knight have any? Do we know? Have we ever seen him in the daylight? Like, I don't think we've ever seen the Gloom Glen in the daylight. Do we?
No.
Would we have any idea if he would
Or
lose some
maybe
of his
it's a
power?
different place.
Hmm.
Oh, I see what you mean. Maybe Knight's not here.
good.
I'm thinking just like a vampire. He's kind of.
I mean,
low energy.
it took dawn to bring the dawn, so it's possible that night brings the night when he comes, or perhaps he only comes out at night. But either way, let's run.
Yeah, as we run, Chris, would I be able to just get you to flick over to the map?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you should be able to go there yourself as well, but
I can. I only have the hut exterior.
Yeah.
Okay.
hey, it got very sandy.
So in a bit, you dickhead. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Where
Right.
are we?
So
Here?
we're in the Gloom Glen.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I
long way to
don't-
Bromwell.
I don't think that small sprout is going to be safe.
No.
I feel that is too close. In fact, small sprout. No, never mind. Ignore me. Small sprout's about the same distance, so we could go to small sprout, stay in small sprout, and rest, because
And then
that's
make-
out of God's Fair, and then we can head to Bromwell in the morning.
That
Yeah.
sounds like a plan to me. Moreover, they might be able to help us heal a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe we can pick up some healing spells.
How
We,
far away is Bromwell? Because obviously the map's not to scale.
I'll
in
be
terms of
back
that.
in Bromwell.
It's about 3 days travel.
And also, I still have that shit ton of mistletoe for Laffy.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can check in with that alchemist with the little tree.
But
And
it's,
maybe she might have something that can help us.
as Chris just said, it's 3 days travel to get there.
3
gotta-
days!
Oh, I
Yeah,
was
we gotta-
thinking like one day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did take us 3 days to get to the hut, right? So
But we
Hang
didn't
on.
know where we were going. We were aimless.
we
This-
still
Hang
don't.
on,
It's
so how
damn
do-
Feywild. Like it's a we're in the Feywild still, aren't we?
Mm.
I mean,
So-
hold on,
Yeah.
Chris. We would have known that before, like, directing Snurg to go, because otherwise there is no way we would have said, "Oh yeah, meet us there in 24 hours."
We panicked.
You can-
We fucked up.
But
Um,
I didn't know how.
you-
Cameron didn't
do
know.
It did take 3 days to get from Bromwell to the Gloom Glen when you first came here.
Okay.
Can we retcon it, considering
Yeah.
that Tanner would have known that, and well, we all would have known that, and being one
Yeah.
day. No, 3 days, minimum.
Well, 4 days. I would have said,
Yeah.
because 3 days to travel to small
I'll let you
sprout.
direct on it. I mean, it's not the end of the world.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
It-
Um,
It doesn't
You
really
you
change
should know
much.
anyway.
no,
we,
no,
we would have remembered. Yeah.
it would have been the exact same outcome. Just
But
Um,
at the end of the day, you could even just send a message to Snug to correct it.
oh yeah, that's true.
I don't think anyone of us have that capability.
Right, let's.
No, you have the
Well, we'll
message
send you
to-
back in.
A cantrip. I don't know how to send.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll
Like,
head.
If Snug's not going to be 120 feet away from the front door. In fact, he's actually closer now because you just came out of the front door, and he's up in the first room.
So, but
So we'll say, for the sake of brevity, that you go, oh shit, yeah, it's probably 3 days. You can easily send a message spell to Snug correcting that.
Do, I'm sleeping. Do anything.
Oh yeah. Well, either way, you do know how long it came. You do know how long it takes. Also, Tanner, you could probably put hit points into Ember at this point.
Nah, it's
I'll wake up in an
alright.
I like that, yeah, keep it
No, I'll pop a point into
I'll
Ember.
wake up. I'll be waking up soon, anyways.
Okay.
Whatever.
Maybe-
I rolled a 1d4. He'll wake
Okay.
up. Well, you do you, Cam, if you want.
Yeah, I don't know. After that attempted wish spell, I'm not gonna lie. Tanner's probably like, it's better if we just keep him quiet for the moment.
I'm
love
okay
you.
with that.
I love you, Derek.
Chris, do you
No,
mind?
that's good.
Do you mind terribly?
Carrying, yeah, no problem.
Okay, cool.
Right, let's
It's like, it looks like he's coming around.
Oh, you guys, that's horrible. I love
No,
it.
I'm joking.
No, that's good. That's good.
Alright, let's get into the woods and at least get somewhere a bit of a distance so that we can rest. We need to recover. We've been thoroughly battered.
But you have.
Yeah.
Let's just get out of this forest.
Also, at this point, you said it was daytime when we left, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's a while before nightfall, so
That it will be, yeah.
yeah, let's get moving. If we continue traveling until it's nightfall, then we'll at least put a good distance between ourselves and the hut.
Agreed.
Let's go.
Okay. Yay. There we go. Alright.
And I think I can do the rope trick whenever. So if he does come, as long as we have a watch, if he does come passing by, we can hide quickly.
Good, good.
The rope trick doesn't have unlimited uses, but you
I don't
can use it
remember.
at least once per day.
Okay. Once per day? Okay. I don't remember. It's never been an issue before. We've never had to use it more than once.
Correct. Yeah.
Whatever. Okay,
All right.
anyway.
So you set off out of the Gloom Glen, and it's about, well, you pass all the fairies, the strange mushrooms. Grizz, you can see, wants to pick up some, but you are in a rush. And so, yeah, you kind of tell him, no, now's not a good time. Okay, you pass out of the Gloom Glen, but to get out fully, you only come to the edge of the Gloom Glen, basically. To get out fully, you need to cross that bridge again. And as you remember last time, that bridge is nothing more than illusion.
Mm-hmm. Is that the one that has the tree guarding it? The riddle tree?
Yes, yes.
But didn't we make friends with it?
We did, because we passed.
He helped his brother.
Yeah.
We
He'll
helped
be
his
very
brother.
happy to see us, actually, because he sent us to help his brother, which we did, and we haven't talked to him since then. So maybe he will actually grant us some kind of a boon or a thank you. I have that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I have that
Yeah.
in my quests on my sheet, but I put
Yeah,
it on.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm suddenly
Well,
glad we
describe-
didn't literally burn all of our bridges behind us.
Oh, 100%.
Come to the edge of the tree line then, and some, what was it, like 40 feet across this expanse, you see there is a single tree. Well, it's not a single tree. There's a forest, but there's a clearing with a single tree centered in that clearing. And it is the massive tree ant that you encountered and had a riddle off with. It sits there, rooted, unmoving, and indistinguishable from the rest of the trees, aside from its large and old stature.
Does it react to us as we approach?
No, it doesn't. You remember last time it was facing towards you as you arose.
Eridanis is just like, so we just crossed the bridge and we're out of there?
No. Don't do that. This is not real.
Okay, then how do we cross?
Well,
Let's see. I'm reading the note that Ember just put in the notes.
well, try to get his attention.
Yes.
His name was Rothlab. Guys,
Rough
call
lab.
it,
Okay.
call it out.
I
Somebody
can-
speaks Sylvan, right?
Yeah,
There
I
it is.
do. As does
Eridanis.
Bruce. So, Eridanis will walk up to the tree and be like, "Hello there," in Sylvan.
Can't walk up to it because it's 40 feet across the massive expanse.
Okay, he will walk up as close as he can and then call out to it, "Hello there."
In Sylvan, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. You suddenly see the roots uprooting themselves from the ground with a heavy strain.
Cool. These are cool.
You see the rustling of leaves as they flutter down. A lot of them pass through the actual bridge itself, revealing it to be nothing more than the illusion. And as it finally gets up, you can see it looking to the left and right. It's not facing you though. And it can just like, it seems to be like squinting and leaning forward, like, the wind is whispering again.
I mean, it may be, but I'm also talking to you over here, and he will wave and,
It starts to very slowly turn around. This is such a chore. It has to literally lift up every one of its roots in order to do this. But eventually the bark turns and faces you, and you see a heavily knotted and ancient looking tree folk, their face kind of just squinting over to the other side of the bridge. My eyesight is not what it used to be. Who goes there?
My name is Eridanus. I'm traveling with Ember Cinderborn, Dyer, Tanner, and Grizz. I believe you might know them.
Yes, I remember. You're missing someone.
Yes, he got lost, unfortunately. From my
Brago,
understanding.
was it?
Oh, that one. Yes, sadly, he is no longer with us. He has returned to the Earth.
That's so.
Yes.
Not the first tragedy to befall ones who enter the hut. Now, why are you over there? You want to come across?
Yes, please. We're attempting to well, we've got some chores to do outside in the God's Fair Forest and beyond, and we need to get across. Would you mind lending us a hand?
My duty is to stop intruders getting in. But and Grizz speaks up at this point and says, "Well, perhaps you'd like to learn about your brother as well." And Rothlab just suddenly kind of like rears back. What? You found him? Yeah, kind of.
Would it be easier for you to help us across and then we can discuss it closer so you can see us and we're not shouting?
Yeah, he seems much more motivated now that you're mentioning his brother, and he begins to reach up into the sky, leans all the way up, and then you see him effectively almost fall down, but he does catch himself on the other side. But he forms a bridge, and he says, "Walk across my branches."
Rightio, and Eridanus will do so. You have my gratitude.
Daya will follow and kind of try and look friendly, smile. at him. Like, hey, remember me?
Yeah. A new star. That wood that it's made of. That is a rare wood.
She asked that Eridonis to translate to ask
Yeah, I do translate.
what. It's a beautiful piece, but I don't know much about it. What is it?
Yep, I translate again.
He says, I think it is twilight wormwood. I would need a better look at it. Currently stretched out here at the moment. He says, make it across first. And you can all cross over his actual trunk as well. Forms like the base of a bridge. Grizz carefully lifts up Ember, carries him across, and you all reach the clearing on the other side, which is much like the artwork in the bottom right here. And you eventually get to where you first stood in front of him. He pushes himself up off of the other cliff edge and catches himself again. It's like the roots act as arms and pull him back upright. And he looks over to everyone, says, What news of my brother? You saw him?
We found him. Deep within the hut itself.
How is he?
He was being kept, somehow trapped. It wasn't clear, but we were able to free him and take him to the Feywild. Feydark.
What?
And he has been returned to Relkath with open arms.
Well, he seems to be taking this news quite heavily. All of his arms sort of slump. You see the leaves and branches droop down. You'd maybe mistake him for a weeping willow at this point. As he seems to take it as heavy news, he looks back over across the bridge, back towards the hut for a moment. And so at this point, you see him clench a fist full of branches. That witch!
I'm sorry to be the ones to bring the news to you. We don't know quite what happened, just that he was caught in some sort of magical trap. But his spirit is with Relkath right now. And we brought you what remains of him to do with as you will.
Wait, did you actually bring something to him?
According to Ember's notes, we did.
Yeah, to Relkath, you mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Oh,
took
sorry,
the
we
we
took
took
left
the
his
we
remains
gave it all to Relkath.
Glenelendra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glenelendra.
Okay.
The infinite branches. You spoke to him yourself?
We did.
He granted us that honor, yes.
I have met him before. Once. When I was but an acorn. It is good he is back with his great-great-grandfather. But I cannot forgive what the witch has done. She promised she would return him to me.
She has deceived all of us. You are not alone in that.
After my watch was complete, he would be returned to me.
I don't think that was a promise she was ever going to keep.
Or perhaps she did, but didn't include the fact that he would be returned chained to prison.
We
We've
have
all learned that how dangerous it is to trust anything the witch says. And I'm sorry that you've lost through this.
You heroes did return him back to the circle of life, back to the soil. For that, you have my gratitude. And with that knowledge, my watch here is over.
What will you do?
There are others. My friends. I will have counsel with them. The witch has done us a disservice. She has betrayed nature.
with the army of God's fair forest on our side. Perhaps they may be good at the end of this.
It seems that perhaps the witch has overstepped her bounds one too many times. I think you would not be alone in gathering together against her. And, well, speaking for myself, I would be happy to have you. To bring balance back to this place.
As will I.
As would I.
And my axe.
Do not speak of axes. Natural enemies of trees.
I can imagine Grizz is like hiding his
Yeah.
great axe behind his back.
Let me tell you about Treebane.
Yeah, what? Now, we shall meet again.
That we shall.
Oh, before you go, what is this staff?
Now,
It was-
of course. Let me have a closer look at it.
I will hold it up for him.
Okay, let's just get
Nani?
going with it. I mentioned it before, and completely forgot what I called it. But I think he mistook it for Twilight Wormwood a second ago,
Yeah, that's what he said.
which. Nope, not there either. Okay, he's gonna just roll a quick investigation check, see if he doesn't even know what this is. Nope. My mistake.
It's a toy.
It is not Twilight Wormwood. But neither is it any wood I have really conversed with before. Where did you get this?
Well, I acquired it in Grey Fox. Small, very small village just off the map. I don't know much about it, other than that it carries some power.
It does. It carries magic. Old magic. Faded one. But one that has not yet given out on hope. And you do remember at this point, when it's been so long since the elves have had magic, elves have lived and died and time immeasurable has passed. But there's one thing that has not yet. Well, one thing that didn't fade of magic in that whole time, possibly because it was birthed in a time of when the elves had magic, and it was that that tree within your hometown. Then, as elves lived and passed, this tree kind of lived on, still holding out, still keeping that last semblance of magic with it. The last vessel of the comet, effectively. And he just looks down at it and says, "To keep this close, it is clearly of a great importance. I feel as though it has something it wishes to tell you, but perhaps you are not needing it now. Perhaps he will tell you when the time is right."
Will you tell it that whatever it is, I'm willing to listen?
Cool.
Whenever it's ready.
You just hear kind of a creaking from the great tree and although there's no response or even, I don't know, like movement from the staff, there's no seemingly reaction from it. He does seem to just nod after a moment and then hands it back to you.
Thank you. Your wisdom is valuable.
And I will await your return. When you next enter God's fair forest, we will know. We will await.
I'll bow to it, and I want to say, your strength is an inspiration. Let the memory of your brother carry justice through.
Anna's gonna think for a minute and just kind of like squint towards a tree. Say, "Don't suppose you fancy giving us a lift to the edge of the forest, do you?"
I'm heading that way.
Just
Hop on.
Let's go!
Yes!
Yeah!
Yes!
All right.
Good call.
Okay. 5 branches lean down and pick each one of you up and settle you in the nest and the great canopy of this
Let's
huge tree folk.
go.
And it's at this point, Ember, is when you're coming to consciousness.
Okay, hello.
The swaying and rustling of leaves.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
And you look down and you're 40 foot up in the air.
Holy fuck. I try to cast fly and fail as I have no spell slots.
You look over to Tanner and he looks like a kid in a candy store. He's so excited. Like the biggest smile on his face through like bruises
Stephanie!
and blood. Like...
Tried to send us to Nephany. Where are we?
Let's go!
We stopped you using your wish as of yet. Here we had.
Night was gonna kill us all.
No, Knight had no idea where we were.
You looked right at me.
Yes, he heard something. He didn't actually see you. And we've left via the Cloud Key, and now we're traveling to Bromwell.
Bromwell,
or Small Sprout, wherever we're going. And we're going via this lovely tree man.
I have an old friend who once spent some time in Bromwell. Perhaps we could track them down at some point.
Maybe. Either way, it's good to be away from the hut for a little bit.
Smell that fresh air, Adonis. It's good.
Yes, it would be nice to be able to see the night sky.
Being
I
an
don't want
elf.
to see night any more nights. Unagreeable.
I'd just be glad to be part of the natural world again, where the sun rises and sets.
I look at my hands. Are there any extra wrinkles that weren't there before?
Wrinkles? You mean like time has passed?
To suggest that time has passed? A large amount of time, essentially? Because
well-
I do know that we're leaving the Feywild.
You're stepping through the God's Fair Forest one stride at a time. And I guess every one of you can make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna add my Tides of Chaos to this, because this I need.
Sorry, was this a wisdom?
Yes.
Wisdom. 15.
Yep.
And,
I am
You get-
standing next to Tanner.
Yeah, +3 to you guys.
yep,
Yay.
plus 3.
Okay, I hate this save so much. I hate it so.
Now you got it, I believe.
What is it? Control click or shift click for adding advantage?
Shift click.
Shift click. Advantage.
Right.
Oh,
Alright,
what were you saying?
there
22.
There it
Nice.
Mm.
Okay.
No more losing my friggin' memory.
How many times have you been dispelled into like psychological damage?
Plenty. Too many.
Too many.
Pain.
Yeah,
Okay.
everyone would be well within my reach for the +3.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Yeah, I'm worried about Tanner here. It's a 12.
Nah, we're good. We're good.
Good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so we roll a d20 as well.
I like the art.
Okay. Of course. That's a thing. DC was actually low enough that everyone has passed.
Yes!
Yay!
I told you.
Nice. Nice. How do I
And
Grizz?
every-
I'll roll for Grizz.
Yeah, Grizz, please. With a +3, he hits the dot.
Oh.
On the
Oh, man.
Literally on the dot. Yep, the creature that leaves the Feywild must make a DC 10 Wisdom save. Fey creatures automatically succeed, of course, but otherwise you
Wait,
feel.
I automatically succeeded. Whoop, whoop.
I was going to say, do me and die it technically then? Because we have a Fey bloodline?
Not
There's-
Fey.
Fey ancestry,
we?
sorry.
Fey ancestry, but not actually Fey, I don't
It
think.
does say, as do any creatures that, like elves that have Fey
Ooh.
ancestry.
Oh,
So you are correct.
Oh, let's go.
You are correct, yeah.
yeah.
For you, every step going back just feels like a step forward. For everyone else, it's like you're going through a trip of nostalgia, and all of these events that took place, they seem distant. The further you get away from the Gloomgen, the further they seem to fall into the earth, buried deep. But you recall them still there. You kind of, in your mind, dig them back up, pick them out of the earth like a time capsule, and then keep them by your side. They aren't memories that are going to fade away. For just the briefest moment, though, it almost felt like an entire fairy tale as you're walking out of the God's Fair Forest back into the open air. That gasp of fresh air it's well, fresh. That's exactly the word. Everything in the forest, the Gloomglen, even in the hut, you've noticed, or perhaps you got used to a mustiness, a sort of stuffiness that's filled with fragrances and scents that kind of blurred out your senses.
Just
But for the first time, you
claustrophobic.
feel a mundane breath of fresh air. Yeah, go on.
Oh, I was just adding on like a claustrophobic almost.
Yeah, almost, for sure.
Hmm.
Seeing the open air is a beautiful sight. You can see the distant mountains of Taran. You can feel the cool breeze from the Shiverpine Forest rolling over the hill. It's the outside. It is wondrous. And riding atop a tree couldn't have been a more natural way to ride.
Amazing.
That does feel good.
What a picture. What a picture.
I was going to say that Daya, being part elf yourself, you must be like joining Tanner right at the top, like enjoying the breeze.
I'm hugging the tree, and it just feels so good to be part of the natural world again. Yeah, like it feels very disconnected being in the hut, and it just this is great.
Even as a high elf, this is the dream for an elf.
Yeah.
Ember's kind of terrified. The flames are dim on his hand. He's just holding on for dear life.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not falling out of this fucking tree.
Yeah, probably was.
Yeah. This
Cruz
is
is loving it too. He's like swinging from branch to branch, trying to get a different view.
Careful, we made it that far already?
No, but you can see that far across.
Really?
It does take.
Oh.
I'll say, yeah, you've got such a good view from here. He towers above the other trees. If you look at the artwork, that gives you a good clue as to just how big Rothlab really is. Uprooting.
Man.
Oh, as in the picture down here.
Up there, yeah. If you scroll up in the text chat.
Oh, in the text chat, sorry.
Yeah, he's massive.
Oh, there we go. Oh, shit. Yeah, this is so cool.
Yeah, really cool.
Yeah. So good.
Oh, best decision ever.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good idea.
Who needs a
So, like-
Pegasus when you can have a tree?
He actually moves quickly then, eh? For like
Large
quickly?
stride, yes, for sure. Quicker than walking pace, but you wouldn't think you'd be quicker than horseback though.
Okay.
Okay.
So it does take a long time getting through here, but he knows the way, and he supersedes the rough terrain, the difficult twists and turns. And last time you were lost in God's Fair Forest, and you were quite right. 3 days because of how lush and overgrown the place was. But when Rothlab takes each step, you can see the trees parting and moving out of its way, and some of them like uproot themselves to make a clear path. And he says, somewhere near here, Doran, the siege tower, exists.
Doran the Siege
Siege
Tower?
Tower?
Siege tower.
But excuse me?
What?
What would that be?
It's one of the strongest of the tree ants.
Whoa.
Ooh.
I need to meet this guy.
I guess I don't understand it. Damn.
He always had a saying that each year that passes rings you inwardly with memory and might. He said to wield your heart, and the world will tremble.
Oh, I like that.
Oh.
I very much feel my heart. It beats fiercely for the loss of my brother, for the betrayal of the witch. And that heart will tremble.
We'll be right beside you when you're ready. And yes,
And,
let's bring justice to all the creatures who've been harmed by it.
Okay. Over the course of the day's journey, you guys, if you wanted to, I would count this as a downtime activity. And in other words, you can acquire a long rest during the
Yes,
the
please.
carrying period.
Yes, please.
You can all acquire that long rest.
Yeah.
We can have a long rest.
Yeah.
Probably the most
Oh,
most
yes.
unique long rest we've had in this campaign.
I am so happy.
Resting in a tree.
No, the branches kind of form into a flatter surface if you wanted to like lay down on the logs or, lounge about in a little tree house.
I can imagine like a little like hammock between the tree, the branches. That's so
Definitely.
cool.
I got all my charges back in my bottle. Nice.
Also, I will be setting the Pearl of Power to a level 3 spell.
Okay.
I want to get those pearl powers.
Sorry?
Well,
I want to get one of those
The
pearls of power.
way that
Progress.
works is
Hmm.
you can simply restore. Yeah, it'll regain its charge, and then when you want to use it, it will restore up to a level of power up to
So you,
30.
Yeah,
so
I,
you
I...
don't,
Sorry, what?
so you don't have to pick. It will be just linked to a third level. It's just like when you need to use it, you can go. I'm restoring a third level. Or I'm restoring a second.
Oh, I thought I have to pair it.
No.
Oh, okay. I mean, to be fair, I may as well just keep it as a third level. Like, it's more for me to keep track as well. So I'm just like, oh, I have 3 out of 2.
Yeah, it is a third level.
Oh,
It's
okay, that's
always
fine.
a third level.
Oh, really?
Yes.
It can
I think-
do. It can't
think
do
you might be
anything
getting
higher than
confused.
third.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think you might be getting
okay,
confused
okay.
with Ring of Spell Story. Yeah, what it does is when you regain a spell slot, it is a third level slot with it.
Wait, so
Anyway.
even when I didn't have access to third level spells, what I casted would have been third level?
It regains an expended spell slot. So if you didn't have third levels at that point,
You could
it
regain
probably
it.
would have given you a second level. But
Or first.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, that's fine then. That's fine then. Okay. So I've been using it right.
that's fine.
Oh, hold on.
Okay. Continuing on then, it's about halfway through the God's Fair Forest, so you're actually making good time. I would say it probably shaves off at least a day of the journey, just being
Awesome.
on
Awesome.
top of this thing.
That's great.
That
Good
gives
call,
us a
man.
day of leisure time.
Maybe maybe a time for a break. I could glass of water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah.
that's a good time for a break.
That's all fine. I just got my dinner as well, so good timing.
Perfect.
We'll be right back in 5 minutes as these guys, making good use of an ally they managed to form back in the hut, and with Roflev, the and sorry, yeah, the Infinite Branches, man, yeah, good having allies on the outside. Yeah, we'll be back. Give these guys a moment to recuperate.
Woo!
Right back.
And we're back. Resting atop the tree and gave the party a much needed respite. They have fully recovered. And they are in the setting sun go down. It's probably late in the evening now. And as such, when you're going on the path towards Bromwell, the actual trees become more and more sparse. Purely because you're walking in the wake of burnt and destroyed woodland. There's charred soil and tree branches with ash covered on them. And you do recall this is exactly where a swath of cinders up and rose and made their way towards the Gloomglen, forming into Helidus after the rekindling. And as you see the tree and kind of stomping its way through, he points out to you guys and says,
Fear not. Life will be renourished here.
and he points out towards where just the edges of this burnt forest, you can already see patches of grass, small little shoots of flowers and ferns are actually growing within the burnt soil.
Thou put a
Which
smile
is-
upon Anna's face.
The scars will be grown over with new life.
I'm glad.
Amber just smirks and Helidus, I hope we meet again soon.
I'm hoping they weren't in vain. Or I'm glad that it wasn't in vain, actually.
Is there any sign of human rebuilding of the town?
Um,
Are we close enough to the town?
with advantage.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Oh yeah, 25. Okay.
On the way, you see that there is actually a campsite planted in the path of this burnt forest. And as you look at it, it is very, very obviously a human settlement for a camp. There's like pots and tins, but this camp is clearly abandoned. The tents have been like either packed up and such, but you can tell where they did have a tent.
Mhm.
And they're quite regimented as well. With that check, you can see from up here, the tents are evenly spaced and they're all the same size. This looks like a small troop was here. And the campfire is like well positioned and such. And there's even some defensive measures like, what are they called? There was probably would have been some stakes in the
Like
ground.
a perimeter post type thing.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Precisely. And there was a banner in the middle here, but the flag has obviously been lowered back down.
Hmm.
But yeah, humans definitely camped here within the forest on the trail of Bromwell.
I'll point it out to the others and say, I wonder if it was those investigator types who missed all the big signs, or maybe the people from the village were being escorted by the investigators.
Oh, you mean that clueless dragonborn?
Yeah, that guy didn't seem to know what he was doing. You remember him?
Yeah.
Useless individual.
Yeah.
Dragonborn. Remember Dragonborn.
Oh, you know him?
Yeah. He found his way through the burnt path. Found his way to me.
After or before us?
After.
Oh,
Oh.
shit.
What happened?
They were not so adept at riddles as you were.
Oh
Oh,
dear, I hope
fear
you didn't
not.
destroy them.
Oh, no, they ran, clattering with shiny bits into the forest.
I'm
I
sure
did
it
my
was an honorable retreat, huh?
Are you okay, Tanner?
Yes, I am fine.
They probably gave up on their venture. Either that, or they tried to venture below the earth.
That's where I need to go find Elidus.
That can wait.
I
Yeah, of
have
course.
felt a heat rise from the ground.
That's good news. He's growing.
Hmm. Fire is not good news. for me.
This fire is great news. Fire like no other, Rothlab. Wait and see.
Yes, which isn't exactly good for woods and trees.
Eh, it's renewing. Fire brings life. Fire,
Fire
Controlled
out with
fire
the
brings
old, in with the
life.
new. The saplings will grow from the ashes of.
not if you burn it down too much.
Controlled and careful fire, and Helidus didn't seem to have
Well,
much control when we saw it.
Well, Dia, you hit the nail on the head there. That's where I come in. We'll see to that Helidus has the proper leash, if you will.
Well, if you say so. But if you do feel the heat coming closer, just be on your guard. There is a creature of fire that's desperate to get out.
But if time permits on our journey back, I might try to use some magic to help enrich the land and promote its growth, maybe speed up its recovery a little.
Hmm. That would be helpful, Eridana.
Nice. And speaking of casting spells, whilst we're traveling, I would like to spend the 11 minutes necessary to ritually cast Commune with Nature.
Yeah. You
Uh-oh.
commune pretty fast, in fact. Faster than what you felt like you should have needed on the back of a tree folk. Just
Yes. And
um,
I'm considering this also doing it for when we go back because it might help us be aware of night is within 3 miles of us. But probably
being a
this
druid of
time,
the stars,
yes,
I imagine you commune more with the night sky
yes,
as a guide during this. Your questions are pointed rather than to the earth, but to the stars.
yes, the stars observing from the above, perhaps.
Hmm.
And probably at this point, I'm probably looking for, because I get to choose 3 of these, probably influence from other planes of existence,
Whoa.
prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or peoples. And you know what? I'll do the powerful celestial fae, fiends, elementals, or undead as well. So I do the middle 3 because I'm not too fussed about buildings or terrain at this point.
And it's within a
3-mile
300
radius.
3 miles. Wow. Okay.
It's 300 if I'm underground.
All right.
Wow. Yeah.
That's pretty incredible. The night sky has the constellation of the Seer currently, and as you look out towards it, you see the constellation twinkle and the eyes sparkle. And as they look down, you sort of close your eyes to commune. And it's almost as if suddenly you see through the eyes of the constellation, viewing the God's Fair Forest from a bird's eye view. It zooms in towards prevalent plants. And there is indeed other tree folk here. God's Fair Forest was once a blessed forest. Now it feels as though this encroaching influence from the Feywild has gone too far. Some of the tree folk did clearly coerce with the witch and maybe formed deals and pacts, ones that have definitely gone sour over time. But of those influenced and prevalent, you sense there is more gigantic tree folk. Doran, the siege tower, for example, was one that you went past. One that was completely stalwart and indistinguishable, but you did pass them. An almighty tree folk, just as strong as Rothlab himself, if not stronger. But there are others, minor ones as well. Tree folk of all ages reside here within the God's Fair Forest. What else? Prevalent minerals? Minerals? Yes, there is. New ones, recently, in fact. And as the stars in the night sky twinkle, you get the image of twinkling gem. Tempered.
Oh.
Tempered by the heat of a powerful, powerful creature. An elemental. Ties into what are the individuals you know, powerful elementals. Helidus has grown to what we would call like the boiling point, in fact. Almost all the cinders from Bromwell have finally found their way. They have all rekindled, forming into one mass, a burning entity of fire and souls.
Oh
That's
dear.
exactly what an elemental is.
Yeah. Well, Eridanos will say, whilst he's sort of sensing this, well, I hope you're ready to deal with Helidus, because if we don't want him to burn down the entire God's Fair Forest and most everything else, we might need to do so sooner, because from what I can sense, he is at the boiling point, essentially.
Amber will look at Eridanos and blow his bottle and nod. We're ready, Eri. We're ready.
But how long does that last?
Don't you worry. I'll show him that certain flames are a little hotter than his.
Though,
Just don't you worry.
if we knew where it was,
Boiling
there might
point
be
is what we need.
If we knew where it was, there might be an even stronger elemental we could get, but
There is no stronger elemental, Eri. This is the one we need to chain.
I was thinking the Phoenix. They're fire elementals.
Phoenix Schmeenix. Helidus is our involuntary employee that will be of best service.
If you say so, but Baba Yaga didn't think the Phoenix so little of threat. It's something that she wanted to keep chained, so it must be dangerous, but finding that is near impossible, so Helidus will have to do, assuming you're certain. I don't want to risk my life and get burnt for no reason.
And just light a little bit of flame in his hand and flick it. And not at Eridanos, just kind of flick it and nod. Quite certain, Eri. Quite certain.
I should point out, the last time we encountered Helidus, we fled from him. Amber tried to communicate with it, and it was not receptive to that. So let's just... It's a powerful thing that we don't know if we're a match for it yet. Just to to put a little perspective in there.
The last thing about this spell. There is a moment when the Seer perhaps cocks their head to the side and notices the overabundance of fey magic that is leaking, like radiating from the hut itself as the center point. But there's a change, a recent change, that is instead drawing in. It's almost as if they have fixed the leak, or maybe you guys did, but either way, it feels as though everything is being pulled back. Magic is returning to the hut, filling up its reserves.
Oh boy.
Based on this is going to be weird to the question, but based on obviously the abundance of Fey energy and the flow of it, can I estimate how long it'll be before it's all drawn back in? That might give us an idea of how long we have before the ritual, because I imagine that energy is necessary and that's why it's being pulled back.
Yeah. Tell you what, roll me like a perception check.
Okay. I'm pretty good at those.
Nice, James.
Yeah.
I
It
saw
feels
that
like
teacher on the one, and I was just like,
with each tree that is perhaps being sapped back of its strange magical influence, you feel a single grain of sand descending through an hourglass. And you see that image again within Terig's chamber. It feels as though it could be days. And I'll
That's
say
long.
that it's not necessarily the time in which the final grain falls is when the final tree falls, or is rather not falls, but is absorbed again. It could be sometime after you feel as though in your mind's eye, as though there is a period when all of that energy is stored, will be held for a moment. And what you gain out of that 28 is effectively that there is a window of opportunity when all of that energy has been gathered, and that is what the same window in which Terig mentioned. He said that he might be able to buy you time when you need it.
okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so basically, the energy will be gathered, but then there's like a window of opportunity before that energy can essentially be used, and that might be the time to talk to Terry to get him to essentially pause the flow of time.
Yes.
Alright,
There you
so
go. And then after that, the Seer takes a bow, and the stars seem to just be hidden behind a nearby cloud just as you finish the spell.
Alright, Pterodonus sort of thinks, and it's like, well, I think I now know roughly what our deadline might be. And
How much time we got, Harry?
Perhaps long enough, if we're lucky, to get to Bromwell, do what we need to do, and get back.
Oh, okay. That's not as much time as I was hoping.
No,
We
but
have quite a few things we need to do.
but if
What about Natasha or Helidus?
Helidus, perhaps we might be able to do on the way back, but it's important to do everything as quick as possible. Once there is a lot of Fey energy currently in the God's Fair Forest that has leaked out of the hut, and it's being pulled back. And I imagine once that energy is all pulled back, that will be when she does whatever ritual she is intending to do. But from what I have seen, what the stars have shown me, is that there will be, once the energy is gathered, there will be a small window of time before it can be used. And that may be the time to talk to Terrig, get him to turn the hourglass for us.
What is she doing? I need to know. It's very gathering an army and casting some large spell.
Yes, well,
Would she be seeking to overthrow the continent?
No, I don't think what they plan to do is something in the material or even the Feywild. She mentioned another set of stars, almost like she is planning to go somewhere different. And it's based on Agatha doing stuff in the portal room, supposedly. I imagine it's something to do with that as well. But there must be something, but with obviously all of this Fey energy flowing and stuff, does that seem to be flowing along like any ley lines or anything like that? Like any like major conduits of power that I would probably pick up as influence from other planes and such?
I'll tell you what, because with that 28, yes, yes, you do. There is. Although, did you ask that influence from other planes of existence? You did. Okay. There is one huge major ley line that is highlighted, and it is a distant one. I don't think it's within 3 mile radius, but it's almost as if it's so large it would be hard to miss. So
Yeah.
imagine the horizon as this ley line, and it's stretching from one edge of the horizon to the other, literally from west to east. You can, oh sorry, rather because you're facing backwards to the hut, we're talking north to south. That's how you kind of see the ley line, almost like this large glowing horizon.
And is that essentially going through the hut, like the hut's built on it? Almost.
Exactly that, sat directly on the twilight of that horizon.
It seems that this Fey energy that's being drawn in is being drawn from the natural ley lines of the earth, the conduits of power that flow through it. Perhaps the border between our plane and between this plane and the Fey is what is doing it, but I can't imagine her going with the amount of power she has and the resources under her disposal. I would imagine that she would be a match for most Archfey at this point. So I can't see that these plans are for like a full-scale invasion of the Feywild, for example, because why would she send Dawn if Dawn is going to potentially aid them?
What would she be invading as well? Like, what?
A different view of stars. I mean, if it's not the Feywild, it could be another plane of existence, but I don't know what it could be. Perhaps, and this is perhaps a stretch, what if, and a terrifying prospect in itself, what if it's the plane of dreams and that's why she needs Eleanor's power?
There's a plane of dreams?
Well, sort of, but not quite. From
Well, you can roll an Arcana check if you want. Try to discern what is. Both of you, that is. Anyone who's listening in this conversation can roll an Arcana check.
I'm gonna guidance myself, but it's not gonna help. I know what I mean, but out of character. But
fuck me. Why are my Arcana checks like always like 5 or less? Come on.
Yeah, the main thing I'm thinking back is to when we were discussing Eleanor and Natasha and their studies. I'm almost certain we found that Eleanor had some sort of connection. Like, it seems Natasha has this connection to shadows, but Eleanor had a connection to something else, and because of her innate ability, my thought was read, almost like a beholder. But
it wasn't. It was when she was dreaming that she was manifesting those duplicates. Yeah. Is that? You think it was deliberate that she was training to do that?
Well, maybe not deliberate, but maybe her learning that ability was perhaps then in her subconscious, causing her to call out for Jade and call out for Natasha, and then manifest these. And then clearly something in wherever those things came from, because I don't think she created them. It's like there's almost like a will, and because if it was linked to her in that sort of way, I can't imagine they would try to kill them because she'd be practically a god to them, like, or a parent. So it's almost like there's some sort of space.
Well, they get warped and twisted when they get conjured. Whoa, what was that, burp? Whoa.
Unless where she plans to invade is the space between the stars.
So, Tanner, with a
Okay.
16, because I never got a chance to say anything. 16, you can understand there are two possible planes of dreams. Well, Eridanus is mentioning. One is the astral sea, and that is purely because it is a realm of thought and imagination, and dreams very much are thoughts and imagination sort of drifting around inside one's head. The other plane of dreams would be the Feywild. Those are the two which encompass dreams more than any other, but can't be the Feywild because, well, she's drawing power from the Feywild.
Chris,
Hmm.
I remember doing a roll for this, but now that I'm thinking on it in more detail, would I be aware of a certain thing that the other group discovered, like our previous group, and I think you know what I mean, in regards to the Feywild and dreams? Does that make sense?
I know what you're saying.
I'm
Yeah, I
trying
know
to
what
tell
you're saying.
without saying it.
Yeah. You come from Una, and you were
Yeah.
birthed from the dream.
Hmm.
You have memories of those dreams,
Yeah.
which is weirdly why you have woken with such knowledge, because you
Yeah.
were not born, and you were not born without all of this knowledge. You came into the world as if you were already an existing person. You can roll a tell you what, just roll a straight d20. It's
Oh,
probably
God.
more intelligence than anything else.
Damn it, dice.
Yeah, it's still it's still a very strange what they phenomena.
Yeah.
But you do remember people being called the Awakened
Yes.
in Una's domain.
Yes. I mean, it might not mean much, but at least in Una's domain, I remember some people being referred to as the Awakened. So they're obviously in some sort of sleep state, but what that means exactly, I don't know. But
It very much felt like you, when you came into existence, woke up from a dream.
yeah, yes, and when I was born, for want of a better word, it was almost like waking up.
Like getting punched in the face by a friend. I'll snarl at Grizz. You eventually wake up.
Exactly.
He tried to punch you first, remember?
That is true. I'm just
Yeah, I
not
expect that from him, Grizz. I don't expect that from you.
Well, maybe he was just getting his own back when you burnt him.
Yeah. I might have lived the horrible fire had I had a few more flakes of skin.
I'm still not sure
Maybe, Grizz.
I'm still not sure how we managed to come out of that without dying. I mean, night hit us. I remember us all falling unconscious, and suddenly everyone
Tanner's a lifesaver.
Awake.
Tanner, he makes a habit of this area. You'll find he comes when things look the grimmest and helps things out.
Don't
We
think
appreciate
that was,
you, Tanner.
I don't think that was me. I think that was the first time that Raziel might have stepped out from the dark that he's been kept in.
Perhaps, Tanner, yeah. A little divine intervention.
Either way,
This is why I must keep my faith strong.
it's a difficult thing. We know so little of the Baba Yaga's plans. All we know is that there is this ritual that is going to take place, and it is something to do with, for her words, essentially going on holiday to see a new set of stars.
Unfortunately, I think I figured out one avenue of her approach. Remember she was very accommodating with Daya having restoring magic to her people, and when Daya and a little bit of me, were taking care of that, she was laughing happily as that was happening, and I have to wonder if inadvertently we helped her along.
Do you mean by affecting time or by changing the stars?
By changing the stars, I think, Daya. That might have been opening a new avenue for her to quickly gather these ley energies.
Would not surprise me if this was her plan all along.
A long con of sorts, yes.
I mean,
Fan of a good long con, Tanner. If you can get somebody to see things your way, you don't have to do it every day. You can stretch it out. Make sure the contract's good.
actually, that's just given me a thought. I'm gonna quickly think to myself. Casseras, do you have a moment? Just a brief few seconds. I'm sure I've asked this before, but just to refresh my memory, when you were doing your ritual to reach out and got caught by that entity, where were you trying to look at exactly? And was that under Baba Yaga's orders?
No. This was brought about by discovering that strange gas in Natasha's chamber. The Dorvu's breath.
Yes, and then you decided to look into that. Okay.
I tried to contact another plane. As per the spell, you can contact an extraplanar being. I tried to reach out towards this Ladorvu. This is when my mind was racked, invaded, sent spiraling. I did not see beyond the veil.
Okay. But before that, obviously you were given that room and that sort of thing for a reason. Did Baba Yaga have you look into any plates under her orders?
Yes, plenty of plane. Many plane. Start going down the list.
Were there any in particular that stood out as where she might be targeting to with whatever plan she has?
See. So he's going to go down a list of ones that she has specifically asked him to ordain. And of those, she says, there are other planes of existence like our own. Shards of, or more like alternative dimensions of the material plane. Planes such as Eberron and the grave. I can see an echo. Echo. Shards of. I got an echo.
Who are we getting that from?
Alternative dimension. I don't know. The thing is
looks
dying.
like, looks like Dire.
Just got an echo from you there, Dire.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Anyways, this Emeron was another plane she was interested in. Then she had me search places of power. The River Styx, Yggdrasil, and even Gehenna was another one. Gehenna is an outer plane. Finally, there was the mirror planes. Seemed like she was focusing inwards after then. The Feywild and the Shadowfell. And the
those-
elemental plane of fire was another one.
So those three were the most recent.
Yes.
Hmm. Hmm.
It did feel as though she was searching for something.
Perhaps. I relay this information to the group, and it seems like, it seems she's, based on what Kasrask has said, she is searching for something. But the most recent places they looked into were the Feywild and the Shadowfell and the Plane of Fire, which seems an odd one. I'm not going to say. I mean, who would want to go there? Looks at Ember and grins slightly.
It's nice there, Harry.
She didn't find what she was looking for.
Or,
Parts of it.
yes, initially alternate material planes, then place of power, and then the mirror planes and the plane of fire.
What is a mirror plane?
So the mirror
Alternative
planes are
dimension.
the mirror planes are the Feywild and the Shadowfell, right? Because they are mirrors of the
Okay.
material.
Yeah. Yeah, they're reflections of the material plane, but twisted
So
and shaped.
So it sounds like she was moving outside in then.
Yes.
Perhaps following the ley line.
Cashfrask. What's the last one? The Shadowfell?
The very last one. Yes.
Perhaps they saw what they wanted to see there. Did they ask you to look anywhere else, or was that the last one they asked? Oh, yes, that is a good thought. The path of the comet. And you moved it back here. And as she said, a different view of the stars. So, remind me, it goes Feywild, Shadowfell material for the comet's
Feywild. The material is sandwiched in between, and the Shadowfell and Feywild fall on either side like reflections.
So when what's the comet's path then? Material to Feywild to...
It goes Feywild, material, Shadowfell.
And then back to the Feywild, material, Shadowfell like that.
Yes.
So
she initially interrupted it in the Feywild, and now she might be trying to interrupt it in the Shadowfell.
Absorbed all the magic from it in the Feywild, or rather, yes, which she's sitting on the ley line of. The star then passed into the material plane, gave no magic back to the elves. And then before it could pass into the Shadowfell, you guys reversed time for the star, or rather positioned it. You're not sure, really, whether you moved the stars or moved the time of the stars. Either way, it doesn't make much difference. Let's face it. Either way, the stars have gone back.
Which
to the
means
material.
which mean again, it's going to, depending on time, it's soon going to be in the Shadowfell again. Perhaps that's why she was laughing. Perhaps whilst it was in the Shadowfell, it was too late for her to do what she wanted to do because she wouldn't be able to regather the remaining power. But now that it's back in the material for long enough, perhaps that's just long enough before it returns to the Shadowfell for her to have gathered the necessary power for perhaps moving the hut there and sitting on a ley line there to absorb a different kind of power. She's absorbed the Fey energy, perhaps now she wants the opposite.
Don't like the sound of that.
What to what purpose? What would be the point of that? I mean,
With the
she was
power-
already able to steal the power of the stars. She already had that. So what does this give her?
Perhaps
What did Tarek say she was going to do with it, with the Tesseract?
just a ritual, from my understanding, but perhaps she needs the energy to do something else with the Tesseract. Perhaps to. My only thought would be perhaps, and this is an extreme thought, perhaps if she has the power from both the two mirrors, perhaps that might be enough power to use the Tesseract to essentially envelop a plane like the material in the Tesseract itself, and thus you would have full reign to manipulate it. Almost godlike in its way, but perhaps even separating it from the god so that she is the supreme being.
It does feel like she's trying to ascend to some kind of godhood.
That it's about power, and it's about magic, and it's about understanding. And the Shadowfell would have a different set of stars, I would imagine.
Cam, what do you make out of all this? Cam?
Yep.
What do you make of all this?
I don't know.
Sarah Jane?
I'm
It's basically the question is, are we going to try to stop this? I think we're
right.
leaning
I mean, right now I'm leaning. I want to stop whatever it is that she's doing. I just don't know if I know what she's doing.
Yeah.
I can't.
I have a
make,
good idea what she's doing.
Like you think it's Ascension?
I do think it's more of an
do.
information game, because maybe there might be something to either stop it completely or even reverse what she's trying to do.
Yeah.
Can we just throw a spanner in the works and just
I think we
mess
can.
up the
and
ritual? Would that be enough?
I think the spanner would be pulling Raziel out of the Shadowfell.
Eridanis, I'll let you roll one intelligence check as well. This is for an idea roll. Most of you know it as well, but it's specifically Eridanis for a reason. Okay.
Not bad. Would I be allowed to
bad.
guidance that as it was just set up out of the blue?
Yeah, you can guidance it.
16.
Okay.
And now my rolls are rolling as Nisha rather than Oren.
Out of those planes, there is a clue. I don't know why that is. You have gathered a clue about one of the planes listed. Specifically when you went to find out about it.
All of the books were gone about the Shadowfell.
Yes. I think that's the end.
Which has
for
left
us.
you guys in darkness.
Clearly there's something about the Shadowfell. And...
That was because you rolled a nat 1 when you went to the library.
Yeah.
We're like, what? There's nothing on it. Literally nothing on it.
Yes. Clearly it's something to do with the Shadowfell. And... what else could it be? What could there be? I'm gonna ask because Kasrask has communed with someone there. What did you learn about the Shadowfell, Kasrask?
Plane of shadow and death. Lost spirits find their way there, waiting to move on. If they stay lost, they may arrive in limbo. Whereas if they pass on, they may reach their next destination. It is an echo of the material.
Did you... Sorry, just Pete, now, did you say that the souls go to the Shadowfell and then if they get lost, they end up in limbo?
I believe so.
This is a really odd thought. If she's been looking at the Feywild and the Shadowfell, and the Shadowfell is the plane of death, and the Feywild is the plane of life, what if her plan is to control the cycle of life and death?
That seems ambitious, even for a god.
I will point out, she never asked me to observe limbo.
Which means... But the souls are in...
Kind of like lich ritual?
So essentially, when they die in the material plane, they end up in the Shadowfell. Then if they get lost, they end up in limbo. Otherwise, they go to wherever they go. Right?
What souls? Is anybody's soul?
Yeah, basically souls of living creatures. Let's see.
I mean, if she could stop that flow to limbo and just gather energy from all the souls that die.
When souls arrive in the plane of limbo, they were not allowed to manifest in some form, but were rather absorbed into the matter of the plane.
Yes.
But he says, the Shadowfell, out of all the planes, were one of the hardest to observe. It is shrouded, dark. It's very hard to see your way without a light. Baba Yaga, she was upset with my finding, as though I failed to see something she wanted in there. But afterwards, that was the last plane she asked me to see.
Obviously, with the thing you're doing, it allows you contact an individual in that plane, correct? And you can sort of commune with them. Who were you attempting to contact?
He pauses for a moment.
So that's how that spell worked, right?
I contacted many beings. Ones of negative alignment. I contacted many deities. Ones who have been driven mad. Ones who have fallen from grace. The Raven Queen is among them. But her ravings did not shed much light. Other domains were hidden away in what is known as domains of dread. Those were impossible to contact unless they allowed for entrance.
Yes. You said you'd spoken to gods there. Did you happen to communicate with Raziel?
Raziel is indeed in plane of shadow. I asked him questions, but he, as an outsider, did not have much to go on. But he did say this. He said that in order to find your way in the shadows, one must shed a light. The greater the light, the further one's vision.
Wait. That couldn't be it, could it? This is me theorizing. Based on what Kasrask has said, in order to truly see within the Shadowfell and find anything, you need to bring a powerful light, the more power that light has, the further you can see. What if
Dawn.
this? Well, I'm thinking, what if this energy she's gathering, this Feywild energy, if the Shadowfell is darkness and its opposite is the Feywild, then the Feywild is to some extent light and life.
So she's gonna the Shadowfell with this army and light it up?
Yes, but
And
for
do what? To
purpose?
what end?
It seems Kesseras couldn't find the information she wanted there. The people she communicated with, the Raven Queen, Raziel, and other gods, couldn't provide the information because there wasn't enough light to see, and there are places that are. Wait.
Or
She
if
even
she's
able to
just
contact
gathering information, that's
her
not
own
a
son.
son.
Yes.
James, ask him about the son.
Yes, who. They have a son?
What? What son?
Well, I know out of character, but yeah.
I don't.
His name is Strad von Zarovich.
Whoa, are you fucking around?
Nope.
What?
That is.
Well, they call them their son, but they're more like an adopted son.
Yeah.
She sees him as her own, but they are not blood, I do not believe. Strahd sits in his own domain of dread. Sadly,
Shadowfell,
and she has been using him to pry questions, answers from darker power.
Oh, we did see those two hags from
Yep.
that said domain.
Morgantha
Yeah,
was
Morgantha and the
there.
assembly line, yeah.
Strahd has contact with dark power.
Sure does.
But what could those
I
dark
believe-
powers provide?
I believe Baba Yaga was liaisoning with these powers. Well, Strahd was on her behalf.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident now that she's trying to listen some kind of lich ritual, man.
Yes, because there is that.
Live forever, in some manner.
There's a few.
What those questions and answers were, however, I do not know. I was not privy to.
Yes. You
I would
obviously,
have to ask Strahd himself.
you obviously communicated with a lot of people, and obviously you were trying to find out information. Were there any specific questions that you asked to all of them?
Locations within the shadow. Places of power. Notable landmarks. Basically gathering as much information about the topography and notable locations.
Exactly what you need for an invasion.
Asian.
But again, why? What benefit could there be? Where's the money?
It's the end game.
That is my own question. The Shadowfell is wrought with death, husks, negative energy. It is not exactly a wellspring of energy, not one of usable tangibility.
Wait.
Not sure what she wants with it.
I've just thought of another thing. Back to again, I'm just discussing ideas as they pop into my head. Thinking back to the star, the comet. That came out of
Star.
we we obviously messed with time or messed with the position of the stars, so that when it was in the material plane, it was full of the energy from the Feywild. We restored that energy back to it. So now when that comet goes to the Shadowfell, it's still going to be filled with that Feywild energy. Perhaps more than it normally has, because it hasn't had as much time to leak into the material, perhaps.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if maybe with the Fey energy that she has, if she could get that into the stars, she could then gather up. That would be useful as a light, essentially turn the comet from a comet into almost a second sun. As in literal son, not birth child sort of thing. But again, the method and what she's doing makes sense. She's obviously trying to do something to light up the Shadowfell so that she can observe the Shadowfell and learn from there and invade it. But why invade such a negative place? What benefit could there be? And it's where all of the souls go. So, unless Baba Yaga feeds off souls and maybe just gotta like get a wellspring of energy from there and become uber powerful that way. But I don't know at this point. Without information on the Shadowfell itself, there is little we can do, and it seems that Kasra didn't find much, and all of the books were taken. The only person who might know more would be the only person who's really tied to shadows and dark energies that we know, which is Simvala, but she's too far away for us to reach in time.
Yeah.
The only other option would be to return to the hut, and if we have time, attempt to use the contact planes room again to try to contact her again. Or find the false one and try to ask them, perhaps with false promises. Let me just check something. This is
crazy ideas. I like them.
Hi.
This is perhaps.
I don't know what to do, man. I am completely stumped. Cam, Sarah Jane.
I don't know. I honestly I have no idea. I'm sorry. I'm not contributing much. I'm drawing a blank. Like we don't have enough time to go to talk to Natasha or Sinvala, find out what she knows or what she was planning to do.
We have a ring to do that. We can get there quickly.
But we wouldn't be able to get back.
Yes, you would. Cloud key.
That's
Key.
true, actually. Yes. Assuming there.
We need. Well, I mean, we can always buy more time through Tarek.
But we don't know how much.
One
time.
chance.
But if it's just talking to them, there doesn't seem a need to go there when we have an option within the hut without risking the wish.
I would really like to save the wish for a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
When we're, I don't want to use it just for transportation.
I haven't really established a rapport with this Afridi genie yet.
I have
where he can grant me any kind of wishes.
Afridi.
Quick question: Simbala's human, right?
Yes.
Correct. She was a human daughter.
Which means technically she sleeps.
Unless
she's the warlock. Yeah.
That's
what?
what?
Invocations.
Yeah, there's invocation that stops you sleeping.
But invocation.
But because I was thinking, one way we could contact her across these vast distances. I wouldn't be able to do it today because I don't have it prepared, but I could enter her dream.
So, well,
I think
maybe.
you have to be next to the target to do dream spell, don't you?
Nope, just has to be on the same plane of existence as you.
Oh.
That's worth it.
Wow.
I mean, that's
Mm.
worth a try.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to have at least one sleep before we go back.
Have you ever met her? Have you ever? I guess you have met her.
I
Oh.
know of her. It doesn't have to be familiar. It just has to be a creature known to me.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, dreams not bad. Dreams
That's
not bad.
neat.
That I like that. At least have a
That's a good-
convers. I think even whatever else we do, we should at least have a conversation with her. Because she's been working on this longer than we have.
Yes, and thinking about it.
And with Dr. Geralt. Or no, got Dr. Geralt's sister. Seems to be
And-
involved as well.
Not to mention, if we are going up against Baba Yaga, we owe it to Natasha to
Let her know.
let
You
her
know-
know, so that if she can come and help, now's the time to call in the cavalry.
Yeah.
I also have one other potential option we could do with Dream, though it's more of a help to you specifically, Ember, rather than anything else. You were worried about your family. I know it's a weird thing, but I could perhaps send a message via Dreams to them.
No, I don't think.
Or, more importantly, I could put you into the dream.
It's more of I don't want to be not there for I don't want to come back 10 years later, but no, I'm sure they're safe. Gaidea is a very safe city if you have the necessary accommodations and my father's business good enough to keep them safe. He could do so much better, of course, but I appreciate that, Ari. But I think I'll leave those affairs.
Is there... I'll look to the others. There's no one on the material plane that I know, but is there anyone on the material plane that any of you know who you would like to communicate with?
I could talk to my tribe.
Not a bad option.
Or perhaps the city of Weep would be interested in knowing of these ill tidings. My concerns are very similar to those of what I imagine the city would be. We don't want any war breaking out.
I would like to at least let the people of Weep know that I am safe.
But didn't you... And I don't know if we're retconning this, but didn't you say that magic doesn't work there?
It doesn't. However, Chris, I'm sure I'd have a contact.
Yes, but not outside of the city.
Actually, that would be so... I mean, I don't know if that would count.
What, so you can't, send a spell? You can't scry on Weep? You can't do anything involving Weep?
Can try.
Can try, but no guarantees. If we could get the necessary components, I could try to scry on it, but I don't have that.
Depends on certain circumstances.
Yes, but I will try that to contact Simvala. The problem is, of course, is that...
Let me check her character. See what spells she took. Invocations. Okay.
Yeah, right. But that's just an option, of course. Which means...
Are there any other allies that we have that we've met who have a grudge besides Natasha?
Rothlab, obviously.
Rothlab?
Vorn,
Helidus.
perhaps.
Once
Helidus
we
has a,
Heladis, yeah, that
has a
big time.
burning rage.
Yeah.
A burning
just-
rage to
If we could convince I mean,
Well, it would be
Maybe
it wouldn't
not
be
make-
convincing. It would be pushing him in the right direction.
yeah.
Hmm.
And he's going to be hard to control. Never mind. Like,
I think I can do it. I think I can.
do you honestly think you could do it, or does Ember think you can do it? Because that's
Ember
two
does.
things.
Amber does, but I think I can too. With this bottle,
to
Sarah Jane, this bottle gives me a lot of ways to get under his skin, quite literally.
Okay. All right. I just want to make that distinction.
I can literally burn him. Like I can. How do you think he's going to react when suddenly my wall of fire is trapping him and actually burning him? Like he's going to freak out, man. He's going to bend to my will.
Well, it
And
would
then
be
on
nice
top
to
of
have
that,
a,
I could
have him on our
dominate
side.
him for. I
Mhm.
could dominate him as well with the bottle for a period of time, at
the
least.
bottle literally has a power to dominate fire elementals.
Mm.
once we're back in the hut. Well, actually,
Let him
Lady
loose.
Mora, the
yes,
real Lady Mora.
but I was thinking more. There are probably people in the Feywild we could potentially call upon. Lady Una herself. Actually, I'd be aware of this. Does Lady Una sleep? She's the queen of like dreams and stuff. Does she sleep?
No, she has not ever been seen sleeping. And for that matter, you've never seen a fairy sleep either.
And they're more interested. And also, even if they do, probably the reason they consume dreams is because they don't have any.
Speaking of, perfect timing, because it has been on into the night that you guys are talking, and Chris has probably fallen asleep maybe at this point. But either way, there is a bobbing light in the distance, and it
Okay.
gets
Mm,
closer
mhm.
and
Yep.
closer, and eventually catches up to you. It has to fly all the way up into the trees, and it rests just about 20 foot away from you guys.
Wait,
Up
we're
on
out of the
top of-
gloom glen though.
It has definitely come from that direction, and it even shares the same kind of violet light is seen on many of the flowers. And as it begins to dim down, you start to see a figure there flexing its wings.
I call out in Sylvan, hello there.
Finally found you.
And why were you looking for us? And do they look familiar at all?
They do. This is Peril, one of the
Oh,
fairies
yeah.
that first
Hey.
led you into the into the Gloom Glen.
Along with Mary, Berry, and Cherry, I think were the other
Well-
three.
Mhm.
So, I hope there's no hard feelings from earlier.
I mean,
Hey, you fled. You ran. You left us to die in that swamp.
I may have
Coward.
got mixed up with directions, that's all.
I don't believe you.
I mean,
I can't understand him actually, so I'll stop.
I've never met you, so I've got no problems with you. Why were you looking for us?
Don't worry. They sent me because I can speak common, don't worry.
Ah, that's
Finally, someone
There we
speaking
go.
proper language.
Now,
yeah. You and your
I was
language
here.
that allows lies.
Who sent you? Wait a minute. Who sent you?
there's a pause. And she says, well, can't believe I'm taking orders from him, but Snag sent me.
Oh.
What?
Okay.
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 Snurk,
Sure.
supervisor janitor now. Okay. No longer the frontline employee making the decisions.
It's okay. He said you guys would pay me back as a tip. Anyway,
Buff.
Message. Something like this. Tell the others that Lady Mora can't leave the hut as much as she would love to.
I knew it. She can't leave
has
the
to-
hut.
She says she has her own duties to attend to, and that you guys can come meet her inside her house. You know, the one. I can't do that voice anymore. Oh, you know, the one with the gallery, the paintings.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Narcos
Her
Manor.
manor.
Mm-hmm.
She says she has a dining room in her manor, which is attached to the hut. It's just near Natasha's chambers. You can reach it from there. Sorry, not Natasha's. Helena's.
Yes. Yes.
Mm.
Can. Yeah, remember like the first time we met Lady Mora, she
Yeah.
explained to us that she can't leave the hut. I thought that, but I'm like, no, maybe I'm crazy.
Well,
Mhm.
Lady Mora did, but this is Lady Fora.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is Lady Fora
Yeah.
that's delivering this message from Snurp
Yeah, because Lady Mora is in hiding.
in the trash chute.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the message. What you doing all the way out here anyway?
Don't you worry about it.
Just stretching our legs.
We needed a change of scenery, and
Okay.
Some fresh air. Mm-hmm.
You know how you
So-
just get curious, right? That's what you Fey folk do. You get curious. You want to see something new, learn something else. We're just exploring.
And just running a couple of errands.
Tanner.
Well,
Yes?
what else? Oh, which one of you, wants to cough up?
That would be Ember.
yes. Before I will swap into Sylvan for this and ask, what exactly do we have to cough up?
Oh, just some company throughout the night whilst they sleep.
Whilst... Sorry, repeat that. That sentence for some
Very
reason made
much.
no
Oh,
sense.
I'm afraid I don't dream, so I wouldn't be much use to you. I'm afraid. Ember?
Oh, Amber
Grizz?
or Grizz?
I mean,
Yeah, I don't think you want Grizz paying you back on this one. He might stick the axe right through your head. What are you gonna do to me exactly?
Nothing. You're gonna do something for me.
What's that?
Well, it depends. I can't tell what you're gonna dream about.
essentially, she is going to observe and potentially eat your dream.
Fine, whatever. I don't care. This whole Fey thing is ridiculous.
We're not mock.
It's just ridiculous because you don't understand it.
No, Eridonis, it's ridiculous.
No, it's not.
Ember's dreams
Fine,
ought to
what
be
do you want me to do,
entertaining at the very
sleep?
least. So
Yep, all you have to do is sleep, and whatever you dream about, they will see and
Waste of time, but sure. Di, how's that book coming along for you?
well, actually, I was meaning to bring this up. While we were traveling, we got 8 hours in, so I figure I got at least 4 hours of reading done on the trip over. But
Yeah.
with
sure.
Rafla, but did we have any more time? Like, was it 10 hours, 12 hours, or was
Well,
it
on
just
the way
8?
back, it's gonna be another 8. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
This ferry's caught you at about, 12 hours into your journey. You've been
Okay.
talking the last like 4.
Yeah.
So you've read 4,
Okay.
and if you want to really get through the rest of the reading, you could do it on the way back if you wanted.
Yes. I mean, I would like to do that. I mean,
Another-
I was reading on the tree. I'm gonna be reading during the night.
Yeah.
Reading on the way back. Yeah.
Well, how many hours have you got left?
I have 16 done. I need to have 48. We really have not had a lot of time.
You could get another 12
Okay.
done
nice.
before you
So-
return. Or if you want to spend more time out here, that's totally up to you. You could literally spend a whole day out here. So it really depends on how long you want to stay. But you've done 4 for now. And if you were to go back right this moment, you'd get another 12 done.
Okay. That would be 28. If we could spend another day out here, I would get up to 48, and that would give me an extra +2 dex.
Sounds like Eridanus wants to cast a few dream spells, so that...
I won't be able to tonight because I don't have it prepared.
Okay.
But if you guys want to, like... If we want to spend an extra day, rather than going right back, spend an extra day doing whatever, then I could do this during my time while you talk to Natasha or do your dream stuff. I'm not sure.
All right, 1 sec. Here's the deal. And I'll pull out 2 platinum bars, 2 of my remaining platinum bars. How many do I have left? 4 or 5? I got.
Where'd you get all this
Inventory
platinum
here.
from? I don't remember.
Under the sea. Yeah, I have 6 left, so I'll pull out 2, so I'll go down to 4. Make sure, since you're on your way back to the hut, that these get to Zankiri. He knows where they're from.
Harry
He'll- I'll-
knows? Way too heavy.
Pardon? Don't give me excuses. Give me results.
No.
You want my dreams or not?
You like weigh 4 times more than me.
Damn it!
And they're made of metal. Ugh.
Yeah.
All right,
pay
fine.
them
We'll just
like
tell
that.
Zankiri that I'll pay him double if he in escrow.
Okay.
He needs to stay in service. We cannot afford to have him derelict of duty. It's very important.
I'll tell
At
you.
least you can tell him that you've seen the platinum, that we do have it.
He knows I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
And fine. You have some way to speed this up? We're very busy. Can you put me to sleep or something? This.
As you are. No one's ever asked me to put themselves to sleep willingly, but yes.
Well, just to get this over with.
All
Fine.
right.
Let's do it. I'll just kind of
towards you.
lie down on I guess on the ground, using my bedroll and try to get comfortable for this dream extra.
Nice. All right. You fall asleep very quickly as the fairy layers on a level of dust. And breathing in this, you immediately feel kind of drowsy. You could slap yourself out of it, but you choose to sort of let it pass over you. And afterwards, you just start to see the fairy getting to work, pulling out thread after thread of dreams. Kind of appears as like a light wisp, sort of glitter floating around it, and then pulls out a bag and begins stuffing this dream stuff into a small satchel. It seems to just hover there beside her, light as a feather. And Ember, what would you be dreaming about? Question. Someone mentioned your family? Someone mentioned Helidus?
Yeah, it's gonna be Hellas is on the brain right now for sure. You basically. Do they see this dream? Do they?
They would experience it, yes, as they're peering in like a window inside your ear.
So it would be pretty short, but it'd be him venturing to the caves below, the Castellan staff at his side and the bottle in the other hand, a smirk on his face, a bit of aura of confidence, and approaching Helidus, walking the path that many of the Cinders would have before him, creatures of fiery influence, and getting to the base of the descent, meeting up with a now much more infused Helidus, and starting, the wall of fire pushing towards him, burning brighter and brighter, and eventually the dream would end with all the flames combining, and you kind of lose sight of Ember and Helidus, and the fire would be one, almost as if he also rekindled. But as things fade, Helidus would probably have the face of Ember, as Ember has, in his dream, taken control or become the fire elemental.
Nice.
Yes.
Very evocative.
Like that.
It's a
You mean?
dream. There you go. There you go. Helidus, Emberus.
Okay. Well then, in that case, during that dream, which is obviously filled with a burning passion, just give me a charisma check.
Sure. I'd also probably say that the bottle would. You'd see probably a bit of a smirk of the face of an Afridi from the bottle as he sees his subject grow in power. I'm sure that the Afridi has his own plans for Ember. Charisma check here. Check. Say 9.
Okay. All right. You spoke of the path that the cinders took. This fairy was the same one that led you astray in the forest, in the swamp. They are very interested in these paths, things that lead to other places, and that memory of that path as you wake up completely lost to you. You don't even remember where the entrance of cave is. It's just a mesmine labyrinth inside that cavern, and every direction, every turn you took is stolen away. But the fierce, fiery uh, domination of that dream, that was something that's left intact. Um, yeah, you definitely still remember Helidus. Perhaps she shied away when that kind of burning sensation came on.
Okay.
Probably shied away from the heat and stuck to the path and stole that from you. So, yeah, when you go back to that cavern, you'll have no recollection of which way to go.
Hopefully, that I guess that kind of fits into my divination with Granny Whitaker. Then I'll have to rely on my allies to tell me where I need to go.
Get to where you want to go, exactly.
Yep.
The fairy says, "Right, all done here. Thanks very much, and yeah, good luck on your journey." And I would say you've got about 3 days, maybe.
Okay. Good to know.
3 days.
Thank you. I shouldn't say thank you. You guys, weird Fae. It's appreciated.
He flutters off, gives a little wave,
3 days.
and disappears.
Not all that much time. But we can get back quickly. Like, we do have the cloud key. That's really important.
Yeah, we just need a door.
Yep.
For the keyhole.
Those are pretty common, I think. Hopefully.
Those witches always have an obsession with the number 3.
That is true.
Who said that? Oh, yeah.
Roughly. Yeah, you would probably see him still waiting for you guys to continue your journey. He says,
Are we still making our way to Bromwell?
Yeah, that would be a good starting point, I think. That's the center of the ley line, after all. I believe.
No, it's the center of the burning point. The ley line goes from north to south through the hut, not east to west.
Eridonis, I felt something there. My energy's enhanced. It certainly is a place of some kind of magic. It might bear a secondary investigation. Maybe we can learn what Monty Potts or Kelvorn discovered, or what was his name? Kavar. Kavar discovered.
sure.
He's still there. Looks like he's still there. I'll point at the encampment that's been set up in Bromwell.
Okay, so if you do this, it'll take another day, be 24 hours, and then it'll be 2 days back to the Gloom Glen.
Nope. I have a way to make it instantaneous for us to get back, assuming it works.
Do you have transport by trees or whatever? Is that what you
No,
have?
I was going to use stone shape to shape the stone into a door, which we could then use the cloud key for.
Nice. That'll work.
Nice.
So as long as we
Alright.
don't have to worry about getting back, that's simple enough. Is
Alright, so
there really any point going to Bromwell if we're not meeting Lady Moore there?
No.
Oh, I guess not. There's no
Okay.
investigation that we really need to.
We don't really need to
Well-
know the investigation. It's not going to make much difference at this point.
I think we already know, anyways, that.
If you want to go back there, Ember, just for this, if we, hold on, Dar, you said you want to read your book, yeah?
I would like to, yes. Yes.
If that's the case, why don't we just keep moving, and then we can do the door anywhere.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'd still like to go to Bromwell. Not Bromwell, sorry, Small Sprout.
We can go to Small Sprout.
Why, Tanner?
Well, first of all, I don't know about you, but I kind of miss civilization.
Sure,
And
absolutely.
It would be nice to see some friendly faces. And second of all, I thought while we're there, I can stop off and give these to the apothecary lady.
Yep.
Ask if they have any healing
And then we-
potions.
And then we have the door there we can use, so that's...
Well, how long from Bromwell to Wheat to?
Well, it's not.
Sorry. From Small Sprout to Wheat to. I'm having a brain fart. The city next to Natasha's hut. Neffany.
Can we do that in 2 days?
Hell no.
No.
Almost certainly not.
No, okay.
No,
If
I
I
think
remember-
Weep is
I
going to
think
be
that-
like a
That's... yeah.
week or so.
Yeah. It'll be
Okay,
just under a
alright.
week.
Wow.
Yeah,
All right.
we have
We're-
we have 3 days.
If we got some horses, I guess we'd still be. Yeah,
Okay.
it would be
That's-
impossible.
But if we had a wish spell.
Yeah, that's that's
I'm
the
joking,
option
I'm
here,
joking,
man.
I'm joking, I'm joking.
I
Don't-
know.
don't
No,
do this.
I did just have another thought, just thinking on elaborate things. As the tree person said, witches have obsessions with 3, the number 3. What
do.
if the reason that they're trying to do the Shadowfell and invade there is so they rule all 3 things, the Shadowfell, the material, and the Feywild, so literally 3 planes.
They don't rule the material plane.
Yet. We don't know that's not next on their list. If you have both of the mirrors, then the material would probably be the easiest of the 3. Or perhaps power from all 3, perhaps, but it's still a thought.
Perhaps. Alright, sleep it down. Grizz definitely lays down, goes to sleep. You guys,
Yeah.
this is in the morning anyway, because the fairies just finished their business, right? So
Yeah.
we're going to skip over to the next morning, and prepare your spells,
Yep.
and you could have.
That's a good reading, Taya.
That's some good reading.
We'll say though the 3 days with from point in which the fairy just told you. So the morning of this day, and you've been traveling on through the night. So if you want to go to Bromwell, Smallsprout, you can knock off another 24 hours off the book. Read the
Nice.
entire time. And we'll literally skip over to Bromwell. And as you finally come out through the clearing in the trees, a familiar sight greets you. This little canopy, this little copse of trees, when you first entered the actual Feywild, or rather, the God's Fair Forest. Beautiful rays of light shimmer down through
Still
the
burnt.
trees, and
Pass.
there is a burnt path for sure. Yeah, this is kind of alongside this beautiful site. You've got these two sites. One is a path of charred wood. The other is beautiful green. It's just strange how you can see just this perfect line of burnt wood. But the cinders clearly marched a direct route, feeling a kindling, a cooling. And they marched on straight to it.
Ember, as you've been walking along this line and trying to fill out your own ley line of power, you can give me just a general perception check.
Okay.
Just to see what you're feeling. There is a sort of a temperature, and it's not something you're sensing from the ground or around you, though. Feels like just a normal kind of like autumn like weather, but the heat is coming from the bottle, and perhaps you aren't picking up on something, but it is. It feels like like a hot water bottle on your side in your pack.
Okay.
But that's up to you what you want to do with this. This is just as you're coming through the clearing, and up ahead you do see the site of Bromwell, the charred foundations, the black scorched earth.
I will shake the bottle a little bit and kind of whisper in, it's here, isn't it?
You feel a kind of a flare of warmth from it.
This would be any kind of ritual conducted, or definitely a ley line of sorts. Despite what Adonis thinks, this place. What can we do here, you and I? What can we accomplish? Just checking my notes here.
While you're checking, Anna is
I don't-
probably going to look over the side to Bromwell. Just with, of course, there's sorrow of the area that we're in, but a slight smile almost appears just in the corner of his mouth. He just says, "This is where it all began."
It is.
It is Tanner, yes. I'll ask the bottle. I think perhaps the volcano is near. Still, another creature under our wing.
No. Strange, it feels like so long since we've last been here.
Tanner, I'm trying to hear my bottle.
I'm sorry, it's just hard to reminisce, you know?
Not right now. One second.
I'll draw Tanner away. Yep, it's been a while, huh? A lot of things have changed.
Too much.
Are you any closer to finding answers? About
Shakes his head.
why you came here in the first place?
Well, that's... well, slightly more clearer than when I set off, thankfully. But
Maybe that's enough.
I think I definitely found purpose. Not just in finding Raziel, but I think I was being led to you. Both of you. I feel
Well-
my path has led me to protect you.
We're grateful for it. You've saved both of our lives more times than I can count right now.
And it has definitely been an honor.
But ultimately, you came here with your own purpose. And I hope we can get you there.
I feel my purpose lies beyond the hut. This feels like a mere stepping stone in my path.
Mm.
I'm hoping that you'll both join me. I I do need to return to my people after all and report on what needs to be done. However, feels there's something more. Something deeper. This disappearance of Raziel. Where he's gone, something must have sent him to that place, and I feel it's even beyond Baba Yaga.
You went there to help people, Tanner.
Oh fuck, where did you come from?
You can't hear my bottle with all this talking.
Sorry, what was that?
He went there to help people and he got stuck. But I believe that perhaps he was sent there, or at least influenced to go there by the Baba Yaga. I imagine it was punishment to the Markovs for, look, he was cursed. As remember the song, Tanner, cursed the very being that you believe in, or something like that. This is his curse. He was cursed by the Baba Yaga and sent to the shuttle.
Maybe you're right.
They love him as much as you do, the Markovs, it seems.
Which is what draws me even further to Lady Mora. I feel there's so many answers that I can get from her.
I think so, Tanner.
Maybe she has questions for me.
Probably.
You're the one who spoke to Raziel. You're closer to him than anybody. You're his chosen.
He like out loud smirks at that. It's kind of like almost like that disbelief chuff. It's like, I don't know.
Just remember, Tanner, these are very, biblical things. Remember that, I also got work to do here and now. We need to stay focused.
Of course. Sorry,
That's okay.
I do not mean to suck myself into reminiscing.
If you're right, and that this is only a step on the path, then I think this might be an important one, at least, to either free Raziel or break one of the bonds that's chaining him down.
Of course.
Somehow the Baba Yaga's involved in this. And whatever she's doing is messing up the natural balance of things. We can stop that, then, well, we'll be a lot farther than we were before.
Of course. We can only hope after all. And pray. A lot of praying.
Okay. At this point, Ember, you start to see the bottle rattling. The top of the stopper, it's kind of shuddering, almost like it's about to pop off. And you're standing, you realize now, perhaps in the center of Bromwell.
Come on out, friend. I'll release the stopper. Let my boy out, see what he has to say.
Okay. As he appears, in a flare of fire and heat, washes out. He looks around.
You like it here, don't you?
Please be Chadnir in Firefall.
No,
Please, no.
You've seen this Afriti before. It is very much classic Afriti in appearance, at least. It is. Oh, where is it? I took the art. There it is. It's kind of got these almost demonic-looking horns, but they aren't. You know them to be Afriti, elemental. He carries no legs. Instead, he seems to just be attached to the bottle via this kind of tornado of flame that goes up to his waist. His body and flesh is kind of cracked like molten rock. And as he looks around, you see him sort of smiling, not out of malice, but just perhaps out of content.
I will look at him
Lean.
and nod. It wasn't. Oh, it was a phoenix that did this. It wasn't one of us. So we can't
No.
take pride in it, but at the same time, Phoenix is a being that would be nice for us to have under our wings. No pun intended.
I am aware. This
Of course you are.
heat is unmistakable. I can see it. And as it says that, it leans its neck back. Its arms kind of spread out, and you see the arms flare up with wings of fire, plumage sort of sprouting from them. Betrayed.
Betray.
Betrayed. Hmm.
I mean, a little bit of artistry here. The power is allow me to demonstrate, and I will I guess spend a second level spell slot, and I'll cast as I did before. Angar Scorcher, sorry. Fire. Panicking. Fuck. Hang on.
You got this.
Switching
time.
right. That's the one. There we go. I will actually, and I'll just same thing. I'll blast one of the nearby rocks or something, and show them like how much more anger and passion can be put into a spell here.
Oh yeah. Last time you felt there was an emotion tied to your fire here. It wasn't there necessarily before. It was more of a neutral element. And then manifesting it here, you could almost sense a weave of like emotion, like there was latent magic in the air humming. And once again, as this fire flies forward, hitting the rock, I'd like you to roll a d20 as well.
I look at Eridonis and say, Eridonis, still don't believe that it's a ley line? 19.
I don't believe it's a ley line, but I believe it might be a conduit of some other kind. Well, let's just.
Do you have the wild magic table handy?
Oh, yeah, sure. Let me bust it out here. Sorry, I didn't know that was a wild magic search.
Yeah.
Very sorry,
Okay.
Chris.
Alright.
It's page 79 here. 79. Come on.
Interesting. If it's what I think it is.
Paladin.
From that
Your,
ray of fire, though, that you do see the ground beneath it begin to sort of flare up, cracking like the skin of the Afriti itself.
You cast grease centered on yourself.
Nice.
Sure. Well, I'm going to say to the grease, that's oil, and that oil erupts in flame.
Nice.
Yeah.
As it
John.
spreads out across the earth, it literally forms a pool, a puddle of this flaming energy. The ground reacts to that pool, and you can see the heat rising up as if the earth is scorched as much as the day that Phoenix flew over. And yeah, you can see it right there in Bromwell. It floods out to the very outer edges of the
God.
town. The
What
Afriti
is
turns
this?
to you and says, "Allow me to demonstrate."
Very well.
And It gets
Tanner,
closer to you.
Eridonis, Dias, stand back! And I'll look at the tree, our friend Rafla, but especially you. You should probably call it a day here. You're not going to like what you're about to see.
Okay. Rofleb just is. In fact, Rofleb agreed to get you to Bromwell. He didn't say you'd.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. If he's not
He
here,
would've-
I prefer him not to be here for this.
You probably
Probably
would have
wouldn't
left
like
it
it.
when you got to the edge of Bromwell, so we'll say that happened. He headed off to meet Doran, which I'm sure Adonis, you can give him a little bearing as to where he is as well. Helps.
Yep.
Now, he turns to you, this Afriti, goes right up next to you, Ember, and it places a hand or gets close towards your head and says, "My power or yours? This has a small price."
Our powers are all amongst the same. We share the same blood. Comes from
Very
the same
well.
place.
Okay. You see him place his hand on your head, and your eyes flare up in the same intensity as his. And you can choose to expend either a 5th level spell slot or 5 charges from the bottle.
Wait, what? Sorry, I missed. So I've
You can choose
I-
to expend a 5th level spell slot or a 5 charges from the bottle.
okay to do what though?
He says he'll demonstrate.
All right, I
He
will.
says that you can see the very day this place
I
was
will-
burned down.
Okay, I will spend my 5th level spell slot. I'll just cast Immolation for the purposes of that.
Okay.
You know me?
And
And,
as you probably asked and are questioning him
Right.
very much in this moment, like what for? He says, pyrometry.
What? What? Pyro, what?
Measure- Pyro, fire, metry, measure.
I get the wording of it. I never heard of pyrometry before, but all right, please continue.
All right, your eyes flare up, and immediately you see a soaring pair of wings fly over you, breathing down a gout of fire in
Oh,
your direction.
Guys, duck.
Huge arc. Yeah, the skies do darken for sure. And as soon as that fire lays siege to the ground around you, you don't feel a thing. Well, actually, you definitely feel the intense heat, but it doesn't burn your body. Then it's followed by screams of agony as you see men, women, children running from their town set ablaze. They try to find cover, but there is none from the burning embers that just rain down around this town. Everything around you is appearing almost as an illusion of fire. The buildings are this kind of shimmering heat. The waves upon waves of heat that just rain down on. They definitely look real. Everything about it is believable, but it's played out as an illusion of something that once happened here. You begin to realize pyrometry is the paranormal ability to read fire, measure it,
Okay.
the history
Interesting.
of fire.
History of.
If
Okay.
fire has taken place in like here, if fire has claimed something, burned something, even if a fire died out here, you are able to witness it
Oh, this is the coolest ability ever.
and transfer that knowledge and transfer the history of that fire into your own mind.
That's crazy.
That's
That's
cool.
so cool. So, like, if a torch is in a dungeon, I can maybe like see who's passed by it previously or something.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh fuck yeah!
Nuts.
Oh, I love that. That is the coolest ability in the world. That is the coolest. Divine. Okay.
Yeah.
I am going to add that to my features right now.
Cool.
And this is while I'm holding the bottle?
Yeah,
Only?
it is an effect whilst you have
Okay.
the bottle of fume, correct? And the
Okay.
Afriti is able to help you do this. You can either use charges from the bottle or a 5th level spell.
Nice.
And it almost acts like a legend lore spell, in that you gather information, tales, forgotten stories of a fire. If it was very well known, like it was a brazier, an important building or structure.
Oh
or
my
if someone
god, imagine
died
if
by
you
fire.
got close to the fucking frozen flame in the Friday game. What
Oh
the
my God.
fuck? That would be insanity.
Or next to
would-
Candlewick.
Yep,
Yeah.
Fuck.
you would learn the history of that fire. Yeah.
Chris, I
So
don't think I
who-
have permission to add new passive abilities and features, but
You might have to do the unlock key on the sheet of
Wait.
little padlock, but
Yeah,
I'll show you
yeah,
after
click
the
on it.
session if you want.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Yeah, sorry. Please continue.
What you witness is this phoenix burning and burning the entire town of Bromwell to absolute ashes. After that, the phoenix flies off, and you feel as though the connection to that fire is going far and distant, but it is not unobserved. Perhaps in the night sky, you see there is a flying skull chases after this phoenix, but it is some way behind. And that's all you can see from this angle is this this flying skull. Around you, some time passes, but after a day where these ashes have just sort of simmered into the ground, once the fires have finally died out, you begin to see there's a sort of an unrest to the ground, to the earth itself. Phoenix is infused with that emotional power, that Feywild energy that is leaked into this ground on the very outskirts of Godstep Forest. And it seems as though there's a burning vengeance still within their souls. And you begin to see husks, charred bone rising from the ground. A spark, or rather a dying ember, is still present in the ground, and they don't fully
Cinders.
go out. The cinders rise from their graves, effectively, and they seem bewildered, a lost people. The memory of their living life is sputtering out, and they seem to band together. And you can play out the whole conversations like had by these cinders, if you wish. But eventually, one of them rises up and says that they can feel a heat calling to them, and they all begin to band together and march into Godspare Forest towards this heat, following perhaps a ley line. And you can sense that too. The whole way you were walking here, there is an underground river of lava connected to that underground volcano, which sits directly under the Gloom Glen, practically. And it is there where obviously Helenus formed part. The birth of the cinders is played out before your very eyes. It is crazy to witness.
Wow.
And they're not undead, they're elementals. Their souls were fused with the burning embers of that phoenix. And exactly what you witnessed. Afterwards, you see the Afriti pull back their hand from your head. Your eyes kind of like flare back down to their normal intensity.
All right, you guys just see Amber nod and the city hasn't spoken its last breath yet. Bromwell may be an ally of ours, after all.
Who in Bromwell? There's nobody left.
Helenus was a resident, perhaps mayor or some kind of public figure or general, perhaps. He organized this. He did all this. I'll point at the path of flame. It wasn't the. Yes, they all were. Tanner, they all were. The ones we destroyed, the ones that merged.
What in the nine hells created them?
But are you saying they did that
volcano.
on purpose? They called it?
It's the nature of this place. The volcano combined with we stand on a ley line. I'm sorry, Eridonis. We just do, and they move through the ley line is their ground. We're not standing on it so much as standing on top of it. It runs underground. I just was bestowed a gift from my friend here, and I'll kind of gesture towards the bottle. The flames have eyes, Daya, and I can see through them now.
Oh,
What?
that, as he said, fire lives and breathes and dies. It is no different from speaking with the dead.
Even
Oh.
that seemed a little too far-fetched for me.
Okay.
It's real, Banner. I just saw it with my own eyes. Heladis, I know how to do it now, Daya. I don't need to dominate him. I need to merge with him. I need to become Heladis.
Nanny?
That sounds terrifying and unsafe. Are you
Yeah.
sure you just can't round him up in the wall? I like the wall of fire idea, bullying him
Yeah.
into it.
Daya, with the two of us working together, it's gonna be it's gonna be your old friend Ember still. Don't worry, Tanner. We still have a future beyond this, but I think I need to do this. This might be a ticket to delaying the Baba Yaga's destructive plans for the material plane and the Shadowfell. Perhaps that is the way to he Heladis he's growing strong to destroy her. This is vengeance. This is a passionate, fiery vengeance, and if I can rekindle with him, perhaps our paths will align.
Um. Okay.
It might
To merge with Heladis means to merge with every soul that lived and died in Bromwell.
and they sacrificed themselves for this revenge?
They were killed and are seeking the revenge as my friend here explained. The flame lives, breathes, and dies. But due to the nature of the ley lines, it seems that their transition from ember to ash has been interrupted, and they seem to be stuck in a state of permanent fire. Their flame of vengeance burns, Daya, and they will not be extinguished until they have it. Heladis is the messenger, if you will. He
We
but
are
he's
talking about
lost.
the same creatures that attacked us, right?
Pardon me, Tanner?
We are talking
The
about...
Ascenders, yes. They're lost souls, Tanner. They are no different than the lost souls that find themselves lost in the Shadowfell that you are so concerned with.
From a religious point of view, would I be able to kind of put sense to this? Does this sound right for something born into such chromatic bloodline, quote unquote, have this kind of afterlife effect?
As far as you're aware, well, you can roll a religion check first of all.
So as far as your religion says, is fucking no. Sorry, what was it? Religion.
You was aware that souls would pass on to another realm and be, sent on to another realm beyond that once they were judged. Whether it be the Nine Hells or, the Fields of Elysian or Mount Celestial. But it's strange to hear souls instead fused with elemental beings that you have no idea how that works.
Doesn't make
But
sense.
Feywild has been a very strange and non-sense making thing.
Yeah.
The Afriti hears this conversation playing out and says, "That hut, it sits atop a lake of fire. A fire that runs through the earth. A stream ends here." And he points towards and gestures towards the ground. They simply followed it.
Now they're stuck. Or so we know.
Or they were gathering power in order to get to the point of what they need to do. But that perhaps proves why she may have been interested in the plane of fire, perhaps to do with these elementals. Like
Yes, perhaps.
she was spying on you with your own travels there, but perhaps she was seeking a way to control these elementals.
Well, she did ask us to investigate, and she was pleased to learn that Helidus had been stuck.
Yes. So,
That proves little, but
if there is a lake of fire beneath it, and then this other ley line is full of Fey energy, then it's almost like the hut is on a junction point between a ley line of the material and a ley line of the Fey world.
Which means you have literally discovered Fey-infused magma.
Yes.
Wow. Wonder if they're okay. So here's the thing. Remember we learned about going east of the hut, like in this direction. There was another ley line, I think. Some place called Wonder. I don't know. Those two humans came from
Chris
in
speaks
the,
up and says, "Never more."
That's right. Yeah. Nevermore. Yeah. Evermore. Nevermore.
Evermore. That's the
Evermore.
one.
Yes.
I had that
Yes.
in my vision with Granny Whittaker.
Yeah.
I was on the other side.
Yes, Chris. So that perhaps is another Layla. If this could be like a T junction or a cross junction, it might not just be two. It could be because they crossed those two that we met in the forest dancing that we rescued. They crossed over from Evermore and they crossed from east to west heading into the Gloom Glen. That's how we knew it was the Feywild. So there could be more of these ley lines. There could be 10, 20. They could where the hut sits could probably be an apex of magical energies.
Yes, and if this Evermore is an alternate material plane, then perhaps the plan is to make the hut a true nexus, not just of these, but of all planes, all materials, all.
Chris, why would if that's the case, then why would the magic would I not have these feelings all over this, like all through the hut and all through like this area, like crossing the bridge? That's what I'm wondering.
My guess would
Bromwell seems to be some kind of like nexus for this.
Well,
fiery,
because
like this emotional burning rage when casting spell. Fiery.
Well, that was because this is with the center point. This is the history where they literally had their lives taken away.
Okay, got it. All right.
They then followed a heat source,
right,
all the way through the Gloom Glen, almost like they were coming back to where they were born from, potentially. Because if the lake of lava is beneath the Gloom Glen, it's infused with magical energy, as everything is. It leaks from the hut, or perhaps is infused by the ley line, whichever, and then that runs down the river and happens to go underneath Bromwell. It's also the fact that it was burnt; their lives were taken by a phoenix that was sitting, or rather chained up, inside the hut for a very long period of time.
But after Bromwell was destroyed, so potentially, perhaps they're not just seeking vengeance on her. Perhaps they were seeking vengeance on the Phoenix, or perhaps because a Phoenix obviously is reborn from ashes, maybe they were reborn from the fire in this elemental form, and they were seeking to return to the Phoenix to perhaps use that power combined with the Phoenix, all of those souls, to then have the power to destroy Baba Yaga.
Yeah, all possibilities for sure.
And I think
They're misguided though. They aren't they lack direction, which is what I think I can provide them through Helidus.
They're just reduced to an animal state.
Yeah.
They don't...
A lost soul. Lost souls, really.
I'm liking these theories, and I think that is a good place to end on, as Eridanus comes to the conclusion that they're born of the Phoenix, they rose from ashes, they rekindled into Helidus. Perhaps they need to rekindle with the Phoenix, complete a cycle of this fire, and then, of course, gaining direction from Ember. I think you guys have just found your own direction. But I think that's also a very good place to end tonight's session. And you've just sort of finally figured out at least as a goal to start next session, to find Helidus, see what direction Ember can give them. And Di, you may just finish your book in time. Let's hope. Just read the rest, you know.
And I've still got the option to
I'm so close
to Natasha to get more information still. So
yeah, we still want to do that.
We can do it in the hut too if we.
Yeah. No, I can't do it in the hut because that would be a different plane. I have to do it whilst we're outside the hut.
Oh yeah, you're the dream thing, of course. Yes.
But cool. If that doesn't work, then we can use the contact of a plane. But of course, there's risks to that.
Of course, yes.
Okay, I think that's a good place to end. Thank you very much for watching. We'll sign off here. We are on next Sunday. Fortunately, I think we are missing James, so
yeah, I won't be here next week.
A shame. But we will see him on Monday for What Lies Beneath, where we continue our Underdark campaign.
Yes!
Lies Beneath.
And on Friday, we'll continue Roll for Story as they finally step foot into the Dry Oasis, which will be a nice little home.
Yep.
Cool.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Later.